A very warm welcome to Roehampton here in southwest London and the National Tennis Centre, and it's the finals day of the Progress Tour Women's Championships. We had 4 days of outstanding competition showcasing the very best of women as far as British tennis goes over the course of the week, and we're all set for what should be an outstanding finals day. Today's order of play looks like this. We kick off with the Division 1 final between 17-year-old Amelia Bissett taking on 19-year-old Erin Richardson, who was a late replacement in here but has made the most of her opportunity. In the Premier final, should be an outstanding one. We've got Jodie Burrage, who's been in some really good form over the last few weeks. She'll take on Katie Boulter for the second time this week. They played just a couple of days ago. And we round things off with the doubles final. Olivia Nichols and Alicia Barnett will take on Anna Popescu and Emily Arbuthnot. It should be a good one. The players will be out momentarily, so we'll head up to the commentary box and say good morning to Naomi Cavaday.
Thank you very much, Nick. You can see the blue sky just slowly starting to peek its way through. We should be due some sunshine a little later on. Plenty of matches to get stuck into. As he mentioned, the final of the Division 1. A couple of youngsters out on court. Amelia Bissett, just 17 years old. Erin Richardson here at 19. Just a little glimpse of what the future might hold. These are players that we might well be seeing a little more of over the next couple of years. So good to get a look at them now and see how they develop. Both players have really performed so well through the entire week, battling their way through their groups and semi-finals, of course. It's been a really good standard all round. Highly, highly competitive matches. And Nick, you're back. That was quicker than you normally move around the court.
I know. It's not much that's much slower than what I move around the court, Cav, so it's okay. But it's busy out there today. As I'm sure you've mentioned, there's a lot of matches going on here at the National Tennis Centre. We've got the British Tour taking place as well, so it's a hive of activity. A lot of players obviously trying to get some opportunities to compete, and it's actually been a really good month, hasn't it, here in Great Britain in terms of the competition and what we've had in store. Players have had a fair few matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots to get stuck into. I mean, just having a look at the ahead to the final of the Premier Division that we've got coming up between Burrage and Boulter. I mean, Boulter hasn't played so much. He hasn't played at all before this week, but Burrage has just played everything possible, and it's been a really good opportunity for those players because, of course, the tour needs to get back underway. It isn't quite there yet in terms of the international stage, but it's understandable. You've got to start from the top down. The bottom half, the lower ranks, really depend on the top of the sport, and got to get that sorted, Grand Slams, and then sort of work the way down. So for these players, just great to have something to aim for, something to train for, some goals to set. Can have their coach alongside. Very little expenses to get around as well, which is excellent. Pick up some prize money and compete. That's what they want to do. Yeah,
we had a very enlightening conversation with a man who's very influential in terms of the tournament structure here, Richard Joyner, just about half an hour or so ago. He was kind of filling us in a little bit as to what might be going forwards, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure, later on. But we've got a good final here to start with. 17-year-old Amelia Bissett, who is very highly thought of in the junior ranks, obviously at that stage of her career where she's potentially looking at transitioning to playing more professional events. And she's taking on Erin Richardson, just 19 years of age, who, as I mentioned, wasn't initially in the event, got a call, in fact, just a day or so before, in fact, to come up here and play, and is making the most of her chances. She's actually studying at the University of California. It's a top-class university there. Took that decision to go there in the autumn of last year, and has, unfortunately, her first year, which obviously is one of the most exciting ones, has been cut short. But like a fair few players, I think she'll be hopefully getting back to the States in a month or so from now, because to make up for a little bit of lost time in terms of their routes through here this week. Amelia Bissett's been impressive, hasn't she? I think she came through without dropping a set, and then had that win over Olivia Nichols 3 and 4 yesterday in the semi-finals. Of course, we haven't seen much of the Division 1 action here on the main centre court, but given their first kind of showcase here today. Amelia was out here about half an hour or so ago, warming up with Jodie Burrage ahead of their Jodie's final as well in a couple of hours from now. Conditions-wise, a little cooler than yesterday, isn't it? A little breezy. Shouldn't be too much really to disturb the action. Of course, we had a busy evening here last night with the tie-break tens, an excellent event that was. A couple of hours of very intense tennis, and the win ended up being for Alicia Barnett. Good for her, having worked so hard as well as we've discussed to organise this event. She walks away with a decent sized check as well. We'll see her a little later on in the doubles final. That'll be the third offering for us of the day. So tell us a little bit about Amelia Bissett. I know you haven't seen tons of these girls, Cav, but tell us what you know about Amelia.
Well, with Bissett, you know, there has been a little bit of chat about her over the past couple of years. She's been doing well in the juniors as well. She's ranked currently at 140, so just outside the position where she would have been looking to play Grand Slams. And again, I mean, it's not like this has been a positive thing for anyone, but pretty bad timing because she might have been able to really push for that potentially wildcard into Junior Wimbledon, see how she goes at that level. But unfortunately, that won't be an option for her for the rest of this year. But in terms of the game, you can see technically here just the way she hits, very comfortable on the ball. The backhand is definitely the more favoured shot from her. It's nice and comfortable. With the forehand, she can play it really, really well in particular positions. She can sometimes struggle when it's a bit low. All things that I'm sure will be developed over the next couple of years. Always got to bear in mind the age, that she's young, just getting used to sort of the higher levels of the sport. Lots of learning to do. Very competent at the net, as you can see from her volleys there as well. And yeah, plenty more to get stuck into. We can chat about as we watch her compete in this one.
And training where now?
She's at JTC, so just down the road. And coach Alex Ward is with her, who does a fair amount of travelling for them. And he's just he's courtside with her and has been all week.
He had a busy morning, Alex. He was hitting with Heather Watson this morning when I walked in about 9:45. So he's been up at it already. There's Erin Richardson, who's born and bred down in Bournemouth and on the south coast, but has taken the decision to go to the University of California in, as I mentioned, last year. Actually had a pretty good season. There wasn't much to it, of course. The spring season's always the big one over there. That's when they try and load up the amount of matches they can play. She was actually ranked 10th, I was reading, in the ITA freshman ranking, so it's had some good results. And a pretty good junior career. She played for Great Britain on a number of occasions, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Always been sort of at the top end of the national ranks and has definitely played at a very good level. I think opting to go to university, just not feeling quite ready to go full-time. But really nice that she still gets to compete. And actually for the ones that are at college, it's must be quite nice to be able to just focus on competing for a while, because that's part of the trade-off. You get so much positive and in terms of the experience when you go to college, but ultimately it's tough. It's not an easy route. You've got to do a degree at the same time as pretty much playing full-time tennis, traveling around the States, playing lots of matches. You're expected to do well, you're expected to improve as much as you do get to play as part of a team. But for those who do have an eye post-college on being a professional, nice to get a good block where actually they can just get competitive and almost feel like that professional player.
Certainly Ben Anderson will be the man in the chair. Yes, Erin Richardson is being coached by Richard Irwin in the UK. Before she took the trip to the States, Richard was a good player himself a few years ago now. Who's the favourite to win this one, do you think?
Oh, you know, I really don't know, to be honest. I think Richardson's just a little more experienced, but perhaps Bissett just with a fraction more to her game. I think it's really just going to be a case of who can get their game out on court, really assert themselves and take charge of the match.
Yeah, certainly has some good timing, doesn't she? Even when you watch her just warm up. Amelia Bissett looks like a pretty clean ball striker. Looks like she has a fair bit of time on the ball, which is always a positive for any young player. So as I mentioned, this group here, the Division 1, of course, we've had 4 groups. We've had 2 groups of 4 in the Premier Division. Had a fair bit of chopping and changing that's had to take place due to the few withdrawals, and then we've had 2 groups of 4 as well in the Division 1 set up. The Annabelle Croft group, the group that Amelia Bissett came through. In fact, look at her results. 1 and Love, she beat Nell Miller. 1 and 1 and 3 and 4. She came through to really dominate her group here. So she certainly will be feeling very good about her tennis right now.
This final will be the best of 3 tiebreak sets. Right of the chair, Amelia Bissett. Left of the chair, Erin Richardson.
Well, these players will be
Richardson won the
competing over
toss
the
and
next
chose
couple
to
of weeks
serve.
as well. And the LTA having stepped in to ensure that they do have some competition available to them. Of course, pretty much going to be almost like a central hub, isn't it, here, the National Tennis Centre has been already. There is Alex Ward.
30 seconds.
Good play he was as well, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Top 200, Alex?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I can look it up for you, but yeah, no, quality player. And as I say, no surprise he was out hitting with Heather this morning. He's not afraid of a bit of hard work.
Is it hard work?
Yeah, specifically hitting with Heather.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. It's a joy, I'm sure.
End of warm-up.
So we are good to go for the first of the day's 3 finals. As I mentioned, it has been a really good week here. Players have thoroughly enjoyed themselves. A lot of them have been based here as well, rooms made available. The LTA again very kindly offering to make the rooms available here for players that did feel the need to stay. Of course, if you're not based in London, makes a lot more sense after a long day to be able to just make sure you get some good rest here. 2 teenagers will do battle for the Division 1 title, playing for a good prize fund as well. The winner of this match will take home £1,800 for those that do come through this match. No small sum either in terms of what is on offer over the course of the day. Nick Lester and Naomi Cavaday will be here with you throughout the course of the afternoon.
Erin Richardson to serve.
It'll be the
Ready?
southpaw to get this match underway.
You mentioned the cash prize available, Nick. It's pretty much the same amount of money if you were to win a 15K on the ITF circuit. So it really is a good prize on offer.
Minus the expenses as well, obviously,
Yeah.
when you are travelling to a 15K, assuming it's not in your own country. The players wouldn't have paid for accommodation this week, as we said, so they're getting that thrown in as part of the deal. So pretty much taking mostly a net fee as well.
$30.15.
15K, as Naomi mentions, the lowest in terms of the professional game. It was interesting talking to Richard Joyner this morning about what potentially may happen here over the coming months. as to whether they can get some ITF events on here in late August. Still in discussion as to whether that'll take place.
Yeah, so Bissett really at 17 years old is just kind of, she's in that transition. Of course, juniors ends at 18, so she's just starting to play some of the professional events, but actually hasn't played any 15Ks. They've all been $25,000 events, which is the next level up, and it actually is quite a big jump in level, even though the jump in prize money isn't huge. Just because we have more of those events on in this country. The backhand, you can just see it's a very smooth shot, really natural looking. No need to work on that technically.
And of course, as far as this matchup's concerned, good news is for someone like Bissett is that she may well hit a fair few backends, because the natural shot for the lefty forehand is obviously to go cross, and that'll go into her strength. So this may not have quite the effect it might otherwise do.
Bissett.
Yeah, anyone who managed or was lucky enough to pop down to Wimbledon last year might have seen Amelia Bissett playing in the junior event. Took on Michaela Kudlechkova, who's a top 100 player. She didn't manage to come through that one, but just great experience being part of a Grand Slam. It's an amazing moment.
So the break comes early here. I suspect it won't be the only one we have of this match, but Amelia Bissett, who has been sweeping most opponents aside with relative ease, is out to a good start.
Yeah, you mentioned the lefty game of Richardson going into the backhand for Bissett, and it is something that actually the women need to be a little bit more aware of, because in general, once you get up to the women's tour, once Richardson comes out of college, backhands tend to be the stronger side. Two hands on the ball, you get more of a solid frame. The majority of women favour the backhand. So it's one of those things I think everybody assumes being a lefty is an advantage, and I'm speaking as a lefty myself.
Yeah.
It is an advantage, but you do have to be a little bit careful, particularly once everybody's kind of grown and filled out and has that strength. If you're not hitting your spots properly and using it effectively, you can get caught out.
That's a good get. So how did that affect you then? You're obviously talking from a very personal standpoint. Did you feel that it was negated a little bit at times, that your extra 5% being a lefty was somewhat neutralised maybe at times on the women's tour?
Yeah, I think it just, at certain stages, I mean, sometimes you kind of plateau, but you just kind of realise that you need to make some adjustments to push on to the next level. Every time you step up, things are changing. The women you're competing against are different, and it was just that knowledge of that, okay, well, that lefty swing is going to have to swing a bit more, because otherwise it's in the strike zone and I'm in trouble.
Dirty love.
And actually what I found was that coming through juniors, you really could just use that lefty swinger, just keep getting them out wide and expose the movement. Whereas actually to make the lefty swinger more effective, I needed to get that tee serve going, just to keep them pulling back into the middle. And
Yep.
that was what really helped.
What's the breakdown, do you think, on the women's tour these days in terms of the better shot? I mean, you've just alluded to the fact that the backhand generally is a better shot. What do you think that
30-15.
if you had to sort of put a breakdown on it in terms of percentage-wise, the backhand being the stronger side of, say, top 200 women in the game?
Definitely the majority. It's always just kind of been the general rule. If you don't know anything about the play you're playing, I mean, nowadays you can watch what they've done on YouTube or any streaming service, but yeah, you would always assume that the backhand's going to be a fairly solid shot. Sometimes the forehand can be a bigger weapon, but can be disrupted easier. I'd probably say on the whole, but as high as maybe 60–70%.
Okay. Hear the wind getting up now court side. Excellent opening couple of games.
2 games to love, first set.
The 17-year-old.
Yeah, if we just think ahead to the final we've got coming up in the Premier Division, Burridge, her backhand's comfortably better than her forehand, definitely more of a weapon. Bolter's a little more even. I'd actually probably say her forehand's a little bit more potent.
Love.
Amelia Bissett, who has won one junior ITF. That was 3 years ago now in 2017. As Naomi was saying, she's ranked 140 in the world currently in the junior game. Oh, that is delightful. Very quick thinking. From a long way as well. And to be able to put the brakes on, produce that is quality.
$15.30. $15.40.
And I mentioned if you had popped down to Wimbledon to have a little look in the second week, and I'd always highly recommend watching the juniors. We get really good crowds, actually, especially for the Brits. Erin Richardson, you would have found there as well, her final year in the juniors. Reached the second round. Lost to Daria Snigger, and it was pretty comfortable. It was love and one.
Bissett leads by 3 games to love, first set.
Bissett is certainly making an impressive start out here. And the sunshine now in Roehampton. She's up 3-love in the first set.
Yeah, she might have crashed out love and one in the second round. to Darius Nigger, as I say. But she did go on to win the tournament, so it was kind of understandable. She's been ranked number 2 in the world in juniors. It was a fabulous opportunity for Richardson, but yeah, no shame in that sort of result at all.
First of 3 matches here today at the Progress Tour Women's Championships. An idea that was really born through the work of
Time.
both Alicia Barnett and Olivia Nichols, who got in touch with Barry Fulcher about potentially putting this on a number of weeks ago now. Following the success of the men's event, the Battle of the Brits, 3 weeks ago. What a outstanding event that was. Played indoors, of course, that particular tournament.
Love 15.
Amelia Bissett, born in 2003, so has only just turned 17, so she'll have 1 more year of juniors, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You can play in her
yeah, you can play in your
18th year.
18th year.
15-0.
Just didn't quite get the feet set there. Needed another couple of steps if she was going to look to take on the off forehand. You just need to give yourself a bit more space than if you were going to pull it on the cross court.
Wow.
Video.
And there's some seriously good ball striking.
Yeah, really nicely worked this point. Got the depth, just a little bit of extra shape, just pushed it further back in the court and forced Erin to take a step back, and then just a little shuffle up to the forehand. You can see how she just leant all the way through that one, full commitment, and it just zipped away.
$40-30.
Really allowing her opponent much of an opportunity to dictate play so far.
Well, I know she missed that one, but a lot of that is because anything that drops even remotely shorter is just being pounced on. Bissett just getting up the court nicely. She's just keeps looking for anything that potentially isn't quite good enough to keep her pinned back. Not letting Richardson get away with anything.
Advantage
Good hustle.
Bissett.
Erin Richardson will be very disappointed with the smash, but again, good work by this lady just to keep an extra ball into play. shot of Alex
Yes.
Ward there, who of course, as we mentioned, was a very good player himself. You sort of made that transition, Cav, a little bit, didn't you, in terms of going from being a high-level player to then coaching? What are the challenges that presents for someone that's played to a high level, do you think? How difficult is that step to becoming a coach?
Well, I think it just takes a bit of time and a bit of experience. The same as kind of moving up the rankings. You've got to learn at each stage. Every player is so different. I think the hardest thing when you've been a player at a high level is to not try and coach every kid how you were coached in your game.
Oh, slightly contentious.
Yeah, it's really, really tight. I'm not sure.
Yeah, called wide by Richardson, but tough for
Advantage,
Ben Anderson in the
Richardson.
chair to overrule that far side. It would only do it if it was clear. But yeah, sometimes you can get coaches and you can tell every kid they've worked with has kind of a very similar forehand, and it's really difficult to try and tailor everything to each individual player that you're working with, and it just takes a little bit of time and experience.
I listened to a fascinating interview with Magnus Norman recently, and he said that a good player tends to make a good coach. That's not to say that, of course, a coach doesn't have an influential role. Of course, he or she does.
Game,
And I
Richardson.
think actually, I don't know what you think, but I
This
think
is lead by
the
3
key
games to
coaches
1
are the
for
ones
sets.
that are working with players between 11 and 16.
Yeah.
They're the coaches that actually don't really get a whole lot of recognition. They don't get a lot of profile, but generally they're the ones that do a lot of the hard graft.
Yeah, because once you get to this stage, I mean, for particularly these players, I mean, it's the opponent that's going to be coaching them more than anything. The opponent tells you when it's not good enough. If it drops short, it goes away for a winner, and you go, okay, I got to do better than that. And actually, yes, the coach is important to be there, but it's more they're helping sort of go through and pick apart the information that your opponent is giving you after each match, and whenever you're playing somebody. So, for example, Richardson playing the eventual Wimbledon champion in the juniors last year. That's important to sit down, go through that. Okay, well, why is she better? What happened? How can you stop that from happening? How can you develop? Whereas, as you say, at a younger age, a lot of it is about the technical work, understanding how to train, understanding how to compete. You've got to get so much. You've got to tick every single box for these players to get to this sort of level. And then after that, it's, as I say, it's a lot more about gaining the experience.
Just a little slow to pick that up for once. We often say it, but this is such a tough sport. It tests you physically, emotionally. In many ways, it's sort of a metaphor, if you like, for life in terms of the skills that you can learn. It's of such benefit. There's a lot of challenges that come with trying to make it to the top of this sport. Well played.
Yeah, Richardson's just starting to put a little more on it. I think coming forward is a good idea as well. She's very comfortable at the net. Just trying to force her game onto the court because she was dictated in those first 3 games. You mentioned about the various different coaching ages, and as I say, when you get past 16, it becomes much more about tactics. It becomes about how you're using your weapons. Before that, it's about the development of the weapons. nice hitting there from Bissett, just
Yes.
focusing on that corner. But yeah, the really difficult situation is when you get somebody who gets to 16, 17, hasn't had access to great coaching and does have a massive gap in their game and is really wanting to be professional, is working incredibly hard, has such great motivation.
Advantage.
But one of their shots tends to fall apart under pressure quite consistently, and that can be quite difficult to get through at that stage.
So a couple of good games, a couple of tight games that have been won as well. That'll be a real boost for Aaron Richardson, who has reduced the gap in this opening set. Just the one break now, 3-2. Talk about the depth of the women's game as well. Cav, you obviously saw it when you were playing. I know you retired a few years ago now, but where is the depth of the women's game now compared to, say, 10, 15 years ago, do you think?
Talking specifically British or just in general?
No, I think in worldwide. I think for players like, obviously, Amelia, who are going to look to try and make her way, both these guys perhaps on the professional circuit in a couple of years. What is it in terms of the level now? How much is the level improved? Has it improved in 10, 15 years, do you think?
Oh, I think it's improved out of sight. And it's also just changed an awful lot. As in, we went through that big power phase. Venus and Serena really taking the power to the new level. I mean, okay, it was kicked off a little bit before that with Davenport and Sellers, those sorts of players, but they really took it to a new level. But the rest of the field responded. The movement has improved out of sight from there, but then Serena improved her movement as well, so they had to kind of find another way. And now we're in this phase where the craft and the variation is really coming into play. I mean, if you'd have said 10 years ago that a game star like Ash Barty would be #1 in the world, you would have thought, no way. It was all about pace, power. It was baseline hitting, which I personally really enjoy. But now it is moving into, you have to be a lot more well-rounded. And I think moving through the sport, absolutely looking down to 100, 200, 300, the standard has just improved, I think, over the past 10, 15 years, out of sight. It's such an amazing opportunity for female athletes. It's the biggest sport in the world, without question.
Love.
Shaky the head, she knows that should have done a little bit better there defensively.
Love.
It's actually been a fairly tidy start. That was a little bit of a loose shot there from Richardson, but we haven't seen a huge amount of unforced errors. Both have been pretty much comfortable with their range in.
She got caught a little bit deep on that occasion. Amelia Bissett allowed the width to dictate. So a bit scrappy that game.
4 games to 2 per set.
Hayden Richardson having worked her way back into this opening set.
Yeah, Richardson Richardson, she's in her first year, I mean, out of juniors, I suppose. She still played juniors in 2019, had her career high of 136, so pretty much similar to where Amelia Bissett is right now. Picked up that low forehand really nicely, actually, just moving all the way through the back of it.
She's very secure, isn't she, off the ground, technically? Not to have too many holes, does she, from the back of the court?
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about before. Done a really good job on that. Doesn't look like anything's going to break down under much pressure.
Love 40.
I just didn't quite close the net down well enough there, Richardson. The approach shot, okay, it was from the middle of the court, but she did put it quite far cross court, so there were some angles available for Bissett, which she found.
One thing is for sure, it's proving very difficult to win games from this far end, because at the moment the vast majority being won from the near end here. In fact, that's 6 of the 7 games that have now been won from this near side. And it is Amelia Bissett who's in good control of things again here. 5-2. She's in front.
I don't think, from what we've seen so far, that Richardson is playing particularly off her game or anything. It's just that little bit of conviction. You can just tell the difference. Bissett just got a bit more intent with the way that she's playing her shots. Very clear on what she's trying to do on every single ball. And there are just some shots in the Richardson game, whilst they are good quality balls, just lacking that, like, what are they trying to do? Sometimes a little bit central, dropping a bit short. If she can just increase that level of conviction, seem a bit clearer on what she's trying to do, then I think she'll be able to do a bit more damage.
Yeah, the 17-year-old who made the move up to London recently to base herself here at the JTC, showing us the promise that there is within her game. It's been an excellent start. Played a little bit on the junior ITF circuit this year before things were shut down. Of course, there really only were a couple of months or so of active competition. Serving for this opening set at 5-2.
Well, that's a couple of shots now already, just with a bit more juice behind it from Richardson, really leaning through that one.
Just to confirm the prize money on offer here, £1,800 for the winner, £1,000 for the runner-up of this Division 1 event. on the approach.
15-30.
So the struggles continue from that far end. 2 more break points.
That had a bit of oomph behind it.
30-40.
Really throwing herself through the back of the forehand, and then the volley just did not slow down, just charging straight through to make sure it went away.
It kind of all started with the serve, didn't it, as well? We don't have a radar gun here, but that seems to be a little bit more pace to the first serve. Way to be broken.
Bissett leads for 5 games to 3.
Here's another breaker serve in this opening set.
And taking a closer look at the Richardson game, I tend to say similar to Bissett. There aren't really any big technical holes. Everything looks fairly tidy. She moves really nicely. There's a lot there to work with. It's now, as we mentioned, once you get to this stage, about how you're using it, when you're using certain shots. Like to see her continue on just with that little bit of extra conviction we saw in that previous game. The wind is causing a couple of issues on the serve. That first serve from Richardson was a miss-hit. We saw Bissett bail out of a ball toss and miss a couple of seconds. It's a little bit swirly.
Yeah, it's +3 today.
Just missed that one wide.
Fifteen, 30.
A bit more shape from there, doesn't she? It's easy to drag it down off a higher ball like that, but just need a little bit more racket head speed, more spin to come underneath it, give yourself a bit more of an opportunity. Oh, she's missed it.
15-40.
Yeah, it was a shame she couldn't do more with that smash. I know she was being careful because of the swirling wind, but just needed to get a touch more pop and just believe on it, because it really set her back in the point.
So here are a couple of set points.
Game on for set.
Not the first time in the opening set a double fault has put the conclusion to a game, and Amelia Bissett, who made a very fast start to this final here, this Division 1 final at the Progress Tour Women's Championships, has taken the first set 6-3.
Yeah, nice tidy set there, I think, from both players. Okay, the unforced there has started to come in towards the back end of the set, actually for both players, a little bit more for Richardson, but I do think the wind has picked up quite significantly. It's just slightly different to how it was at the beginning of the set, but all in all, good quality striking, but just that bit more conviction, a bit more aggression coming from the Bissett side of things, taking every single short ball and really making Richardson pay for that, whereas I think Bissett's been able to get away with a couple of short balls as Richardson hasn't been pouncing so much on them. So Richardson will really have to try and turn that around, start putting her stamp on the match. And we did see a glimpse of that, actually, that game that she managed to come through, the penultimate game of that set. So she just needs to continue on in that sort of fashion, and I'm sure she'll be more competitive in this set.
Assuming everything does get back to normal next year, would you be in the corner for Amelia of continuing to play a lot of junior ITFs? Would you sort of look at playing some ITF events, professional events? What's the sort of, from your perspective, the pros and cons of keeping her in the junior games, do you think?
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. You know, she's still on limited amounts of professional tournaments she can play, but you can play a fair few at 17. Once she turns 18, she can play as many as she wants. I think she needs to gain that experience. She's played all of the ones that have been on in the UK, which makes complete sense. Not a huge amount of expense, but gets to play against a really high quality of player. But it's the main thing is managing the confidence level. So making sure that she is still winning enough matches. Because if she say, so in the 425Ks that she's played, she hasn't got a win on the board. If she just stuck with that, it doesn't really matter that you're trying to gain experience. Your confidence is going to fall. You forget how to win if you're only getting one match a week. I'm sure she'll throw in some trips next year for some 15K events. She'll also want to make sure that she can play in the slams if possible for the juniors, because again, that is a really fantastic experience, so much to learn from there. So, you know, it is tricky, but all round at this age, it's much more about kind of getting stuck in.
It's always an interesting topic of conversation as well as to how many matches players should be playing at sort of 17, 18 when they're, you know, they've obviously got to manage a lot of things. Some players are still growing, some players are still maturing, obviously physically. A lot of players are still maturing physically. You have to find the balance of competing enough, obviously, at the same time not overdoing it. I mean, you know, you look at some of the players we've seen this week, obviously Jodie Burrage, I'm not saying she competed too much, but she's had 3 ankle surgeries already and she's 21. I mean, that's fairly hard to swallow, I would imagine. Katie Boulter has a very serious back problem.
Yeah, it's something that is actually really, really tricky, and the general sort of culture within tennis is that if there are tournaments on, you've got to go, you've got to play, and you've got to keep that momentum up, but it can be incredibly damaging. You know, somebody like Emma Raducanu, similar age to Bissett, you know, she's not had any major injuries like Boulter or Burrage. but has been forced over the past couple of years to withdraw from an awful lot of tournaments with lots of different niggling injuries, which is, it's concerning. You do have to manage growing and trying to get experience out on the tour. She's definitely doing well with that, but just have to be really careful, because if you pick up something serious at a young age, it can turn into sort of a chronic injury that you're always having to manage, which is a bit of a pain.
Tough conditions out there today. Numbers might be a little bit more skewed. Yeah, Chris McLeod is actually the head of the LTA strength and conditioning staff. A couple of players this week have been wearing the performance tech gear to give some feedback to Chris and his team as to what they're dealing with.
Yeah, what I would say for Bissett, she's at JTC. She has some very experienced schedulers on that team. And really, the ideal is to learn absolutely every drop of information from each match you play, so that you don't need to overplay and keep getting out there. If you're only really taking on board 40% of the information that's available to you and the lessons that you can learn each time that you play a match, well, then you do get to the stage where to catch up and to keep the development going, you need to just keep competing match after match.
.30.15.
Yeah, there's a lot of good people in British tennis nowadays. A lot of players, as Naomi was alluding to, with a lot of experience, a lot of former players who have been around the circuit for quite a long time.
Yeah, it's actually, when it comes to scheduling, it's the most difficult time to schedule is when you're doing really well, because you play more matches in a week, there's more expectation, people want you to keep the momentum going. Having a rest seems ludicrous. You've just won 2 tournaments, play another one. You might just be playing well and win. There's always a ranking goal just around the corner. There's always, well, if we just do one more, then you'll get into the Aussie Open Juniors, or you'll get into this and into that. And it particularly when you're moving in the rankings so well, it almost can get a little bit addictive. Whereas once you get to, for example, the top 100, you're somebody like a Heather Watson, I mean, to move your ranking is really tough. You have to do well consistently for a long period of time. Whereas when you first start out, you do well one week and it jumps, and another week and it jumps, and you kind of can get a bit obsessed with it.
That's a great shot.
And it is something that is hard to manage, I think, at every end of the game. We think about the top end and the young players coming through there. I mean, somebody like a Bianca Andreescu has, I mean, she has really, really struggled. She's pretty much won everything that she played in 2019, but she would consistently pick up these major, major injuries, play through injuries a lot, because she's such a naturally, mentally tough player and wants to just push through the barriers.
Yes.
She turned up to the French Open, played at Roland Garros, but was injured there, had to withdraw. It was too soon. So it's a learning curve for everybody, really, and you've just got to try and surround yourself by, as I say, experienced people, which Bissett has managed to do, and really listen to them when they say, okay, no, this one you're going to have to leave.
Richardson.
watch her play, because it seems to me as though she's just a little bit more comfortable on the forehand when the ball is dropping. She's not quite, to me, looking at her when she plays, not quite as comfortable kind of stepping into the forehand. It looks as though to me, anyway. Grip's obviously a little bit further around, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit of an extreme grip, so when the ball gets higher, it becomes a lot more difficult. She does really well using pace as well when it comes into that hip height strike zone. And that's what I was getting at the beginning of the match, that the backhand is definitely tidy in kind of all areas. She can take it on the rise, up high, down low. It always looks quite comfortable. The forehand, it's very good for a lot of shots, but there are just certain areas where you can just make it a little more uncomfortable. But that is nothing to be concerned about long term, really. Just takes some work, a lot of reps, and figuring out how to deal with it as best as possible.
She made it, I think she has.
Yes.
Got a little more tentative on the serve, Richardson. I think the wind is causing her some issues. It's kind of changed. The first serve seems to be kind of just starting the point now. Not really getting much pop on it.
Vicious, heavy forehands that are making life very difficult for Erin Richardson. Using the wind to good effect. Another chance to break here. Eventually got there. Was a little tentative with a couple of volleys, wasn't she?
Yeah, and a lot of that was just because she'd slowed down the body through the back. She'd kind of pretty much stopped before hitting the volleys, so ended up having to kind of just jab at it with the racket. But managed to just about do enough and keep it almost out of reach of Bissett.
Hanging on in this game again. Physically demanding point.
Advantage, Richardson. Richardson, new balls, please.
Well, that's a very good game to hang on to. Lovely finish. As we mentioned, played a fair bit for Great Britain in the under-18s. And of course, they have a Winter and Summer Cup, sort of the pinnacle of the European events at that level.
I used to love those tournaments. An opportunity to play in a team, again, is such a rare thing in tennis.
Changing after 11 games, as we have been doing all week here, with Babolat supplying the balls here this week. Well played. Oh,
Could have been, yeah. 15 love.
That's exactly, you're right, Nick. That's exactly what she needs to be doing, just stepping up a little more, just being a bit more assertive with the strike. It's interesting as well that, I mean, the conversation about team sports, because obviously it's such a difficulty for women's tennis to overcome, particularly for the girls at a young age. Getting players involved in the sport, because there's been a lot of research done. Girls, say 6, 7, 8 years old, do like to play in team sports.
yeah.
Nice. Yeah, really well done there.
15 all.
But however, when you get to this sort of age, I think it actually doesn't hold much water, because these players have, from the age of being very, very young at school, the influence and the encouragement is very often into team sports. Netball, hockey, they're really big in schools. Tennis is actually not such a prevalent sport when it comes to schools for girls. And the ones that are here are the ones who have almost actively gone against that.
Yeah.
They've decided to play an individual sport. And so it actually becomes quite
15,
difficult to
13.
bring girls together once they get past sort of 16 years old in tennis and say, right, you're now a team for the week. Say something like Fed Cup.
Yeah.
I think Anne Kjotevong's done a fantastic job with that, because you really do have individuals
Yeah.
that play. And so it's interesting, because there is this big switch over where, yeah, it's an issue for the grassroots of the game and participation and getting girls into the sport and sticking with it under the age of 10. But once we get through the teenage years and to that sort of stage, it very much not necessarily team players.
Sure.
I definitely wasn't a team player. The reason I picked tennis was
Yeah.
I was doing it all myself.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I wanted.
$15.40.
Opportunities here for Richardson just to get into a more comfortable position. She's been on the back foot from the beginning.
It's been a long week. Seen a fair few players come down with some injuries. Jodie Burrage, physically, be interesting to see how she pulls up today, because she's had a very intense few weeks.
Dead to serve.
Oh, putting some pressure on. A slight drop in the level of Amelia Bissett, really, for the first time today.
first set, Bissett.
And the break goes the way of Erin Richardson in the second set to lead 2-1.
Yeah, just definitely a little bit of a shift from Richardson. She's been slowly building the conviction we've been talking about and that little bit more aggression. Seen her up inside the baseline a couple more times in those last couple of games. And this again is something that as juniors move into playing on the professional circuit or even going to college, but just as you mature, it's about that consistency. When you're talking about 14, 15-year-olds, tennis can be quite patchy. You can have flashes of brilliance, but to sustain it for a full best-of-3 set match is more of the challenge. So staying with players, you often get a tail off. And as you get older and the further you go up the rankings, that just becomes less and less common. People find it easier to maintain the level. You still get some dips. It's a very mental sport.
Got to be very resilient to compete at the highest level in this sport. Got to be willing to take a lot of knocks, come back the next day, train even harder. Not easy. A lot of players will have different reactions, and you know, maturation of players takes every single player is different in terms of when they sort of feel like they're at the right place from an emotional standpoint.
You sure? Yeah. There is a mark that's just wide. Yeah, no, I can see one that's wide.
Yeah, if you're going to hit a few shots in a row to that backhand, you've got to get a little more on it than that. Bissett just building the pace more and more, the pressure being put on Richardson. I know she missed that swinging serve down the tee, but I'd like to see a bit more of that, just really maximising the lefty. Yeah, just like that.
You know?
Because she's just under a little bit more pressure now, she's then having to maybe to take on a ball that she may not have taken on 20 minutes ago. So the pendulum has just swung a little bit here in terms of the momentum. Best period of the match really for this lady.
Dealt with that really well. She's got a good foot speed, gets going quickly. Very quick around the court, but also up in the front third of the court. Got really good skills.
Well done. Just couldn't defend the net for long enough, could
30,
she?
40.
Yeah, I think Richardson really, when she gets a ball that is potentially a put-away shot, again, just needs to ramp up the conviction, really commit all the way through it, because there were a fair few opportunities there to get the point done.
Break point once more.
Cheers.
Yeah, she's not happy with letting that particular forehand drop so much before she contacted it, and she was a little tentative through the swing, didn't really commit all the way.
Advantage,
It wasn't
Bissett.
forecast to be anywhere near as windy today as it is at the moment. Just had a little look. Forecasting 10-mile-an-hour winds, but it's much more than that. It certainly feels much more than that at the moment.
Game, Bissett.
Amelia
Two game
Bissett
ball,
showing
second set.
some good resolve there. Having shown a bit of frustration, she managed to get things together. And there's yet another break here. A reminder, we have the Premier Singles Final coming up to follow this one. Jodie Burrage, in-form player over the last 2 weeks, taking on Katie Boulter, who is playing her first event back. Has been training here at the NTC over the last few weeks, is Katie.
Richardson doing well, just absorbing the pace on that point, but we've seen that sort of play a lot from Bissett, just peppering the backhand cross court, waiting until she gets a ball she can go in the other direction, and I think Richardson has just got used to that now. She was just holding in that corner.
Well attacked, there wasn't
15,
much on the
13.
second serve at all.
Montreal.
Just getting caught out a little too far back on that shot. And it just means because Richardson doesn't possess sort of huge raw power that she can hit through her opponents from anywhere in the court, just really needs to be mindful of that positioning. Isn't really going to be able to do a huge amount of damage from a couple of meters behind the baseline.
So
Was there enough
40,
gap
30.
up the line? Getting some good work done by Amelia Bissett. It's been a testing opening 4 games of this second set. A lot put into it. Couple of errors though off that wing could be crucial. Amelia Bissett does come through to grab a 3-2 lead here. She's got a set already in the bag. And she looks to win the Division 1 title here of this Progress Tour Championships.
Yeah, Bissett having to really tough out those couple of games. Of course, as we've mentioned a couple of times, the conditions pretty tricky all round, but the footwork looking really good from Bissett, just settling down, making sure she's being nice and consistent with the good quality strikes, asking the question of Richardson. Just needs to be a little bit careful, as I mentioned. She's been peppering the forehand of Richardson quite frequently, and it just feels like Richardson is just hanging in that corner, just waiting for it now. So Bissett might want to change it up if it stops working.
Busy day here at the National Tennis Centre. Lots of good tennis with the British Tour taking place as well. Men and women involved on all the courts here, very busy.
Time.
It's a hive of activity.
She's putting it there, so maybe just move it down just a little.
Nick Lester and Naomi Cavaday are with you here courtside, looking forward to the rest of the day's play. The 17-year-old's been impressive so far in your picture. Can she finish with a flourish?
Very nice. Really good technique, just running right through that shot, whipping the racket around the outside of the ball to get the extra angle.
Actually the 4th highest ranked junior in Great Britain in terms of the ITF rankings.
Love 30.
Yeah, the 3 players went above. Great Britain does have a top 30 junior at the moment.
$15.30.
Oh, that's 2 that she's missed that she should have made a little more of. Top ranked junior in the world, incidentally. Actually an Andorran in terms of the world #1. Victoria Kazanfeina. Magnificent.
Yeah, nice
30,
forehand
40.
slice there. Really chopped it. Again, really good with the conviction, so it stayed nice and low, just shot through the air. Haven't seen one of those before from her.
Yeah, top 10 in the junior girls rankings, made up of a real mixture. A couple of French players in there, a couple of Americans, one from the Ukraine, Aria Snuger, as Naomi mentioned, who won Wimbledon last year.
Game.
And there's another break. It's a little different than simply looking at the rankings, though, isn't it? Because, as I mentioned, there are a lot of players 17 years of age who do only play senior professional events. So Daria Snigur, ranked 3, has only played 4 events, whereas the world #1 has played 33. So you can't really sort of make a... I mean, the rankings are a little bit misleading in that regard, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Really shows it's quite a lot, really. I mean, for the professionals, I mean, any more than sort of 24, 25 is a lot.
Well, there's a fair bit of financial clout as well to be able to play 20+ junior ITF events, because you're not getting a lot back.
You could see what Richardson was trying to do there, trying to put on a lot more pressure, bigger strikes. But Bissett just doing so well. The intensity has been pretty consistent, absorbing the pace nicely. Really does react to each shot individually as well. I mean, if the shot is a good quality ball from Richardson, she's happy to sit back, rally, keep things going before looking for the one to take on. Oh, there's Jodie Burridge. I'm sure she's completed a lot of her warm-up, but might need to think about putting the finishing touches on now. Looks like Bissett closing in here.
30-15. There's one over there as well. There's one in that corner. Yeah, just here as well, yeah. Yeah, it's okay, she's got to. One. 40-15.
Getting some good purchase out of the first serve. She edges closer to victory here. The lady who, as we mentioned, has put in a fair few miles over the last year or so playing the junior ITF circuits. They look at where she played this year: Austria, Spain, Lithuania, Tunisia. All in the space of the opening couple of months of the year. She's got it as well. So Amelia Bissett, the 17-year-old, on the cusp of victory here now, up a set and 5-2.
Yeah, and you've got to give Richardson some credit. She's definitely made some changes in the second set. She's clearly trying to be more aggressive and play with more intent, but it's just a very tidy game from Bissett today. Nothing is really having huge effect. I haven't seen anything that Richardson has been able to do where I'd say, right, okay, that works. Keep going with that. Yes, she needed to be more aggressive, and she has done that, but Bissett's been pretty good at absorbing pace. She's been fairly solid in all areas. It's been really difficult for Richardson to find any cracks to kind of hang on to.
So pressure firmly on. Erin Richardson here serving to stay in the match at 2-5.
Love.
A little change up, an aggressive drop shot.
Love.
Relentlessly going at that forehand, isn't she? Richardson was just hanging into that point as much as she could. She kind of lost her balance a few shots before the end, couldn't quite regain it.
some point. Great defense
There's
initially
the
on the run.
Yeah, such a good base to work with within her game, Bissett, and you think she's only going to get stronger as well. She'll be adding some miles per hour on every shot, I'm sure, over the next year or so.
Forty, 30.
That is phenomenal.
Deuce.
Tremendous balance as well, because it wasn't a bad serve, was it?
Yeah, I mean, she delivered a great shot, but she was also right back in the court, ready if it was going to come back to her. I mean, it was miles away from Richardson, but so well there because it was a decent lefty swinger.
And again, that
Advantage
backhand has been
Bissett.
absolutely magnificent today. Tell how much he favours of it just by actually leaning off it off the return.
Game, set, match,
And that'll do it.
Bissett.
Amelia Bissett is the Division 1 champion here at the Progress Tour Women's
6-3.
Championships. A very impressive performance all week from her, and she didn't drop a set throughout the course of the 5 days. And she comes through in straight sets here.
Yeah, fantastic performance for Amelia Bissett through the whole week. It's been incredibly impressive to watch, beating players who are older and more experienced than her, but she's got the game. She's highly competitive and thoroughly deserves that win and to take the title. I'm sure she is someone that we will see a lot more of within the world of British tennis. It was a very tidy performance, using her big backhand absolutely to the max. And was just dictating play right from the beginning, looked very, very confident and just didn't let up. Richardson was knocking on the door, trying to change things, trying to assert herself on the match, but Bissett really shutting that down by neutralising the pace well, moving really well through the court, and just really today had answers in all areas. So congratulations to her. We're going to hear from her very shortly. She has a chat with Nick Lester, who has just popped out of the commentary box and just jogged his way down courtside. It'll be interesting to get the thoughts from Amelia Bissett as to how she thinks the week has gone and how that final played out. I'm sure she will only be positive. And coming up next, remember we have the final of the Premier Division. Jodie Burridge taking on Katie Boulter. Have played once already this week. In fact, the only loss Burridge has posted was to Katie Boulter. That was 3-6 just a couple of days ago. But that second set was tight. Burridge was up. So we're expecting a real battle on our hands in the final, which will be coming up very shortly once we have crowned the champion of the Division 1, Millie Bissett. So she's found Nick. And smiles for Amelia Bissett, of course, very happy with her performance. But let's hear what she has to say. She's alongside Nick.
Amelia, well done.
Thank you very
Congratulations. You must be very pleased with the week as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, it's my second tournament back, and coming out here, like, at the NTC, it's just great to have matches again, and I'm happy with the way the week's gone.
What's pleased you most about your tennis this week?
I think just, like, the composure, like, in my last semi-match, in the semi-final match, like, there was chances for her to go up but in the second, but then I kept my composure, and I think that helped me a lot get that win yesterday and then come out here today and back it up.
How difficult was it here today? Seems to be a little windier than perhaps it has been this week.
Yeah, definitely. Haven't really had the win this week, but today it was harder, but you know, everyone's the same. It was the same for everyone out there today. So yeah, I'm just happy to get the win.
And plans going forward, next couple of weeks, what are your sort of schedule?
I'm playing St George's next week, so that's 7 matches in 7 days. And then after that, I guess I'll see what tournaments there is to play. I don't know whether, I think there's talks of the ITF maybe starting up again, but whether that's juniors or not, I don't know.
Brilliant, well done this
But yeah,
week. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And the trophies looking very clean and shiny, ready to be picked up. And of course the prize money that Nick was talking about earlier on, £1,800 for the winner. A healthy check for this division, £1,000 for the runner-up. So it's been a good week's work. As we look at some of the highlights here from what was really a very high quality final.
Yes, there's the trophies, the Progress Tour Women's Championships, Division 1, and a very, well, thoroughly deserved champion in Amelia Bissett. Well, let's hope we see a little more of her and her tennis, because she really has been excellent this week. And she will receive a decent sized check as well, £1,800 as the winner of the Division 1.
To watch that first final between Erin Richardson and Amelia Bissett, who contested the Division 1 singles final here. A good example of our up-and-coming, transitioning young players. I'd like to first and foremost say a big thank you to everyone that has got behind this event and has played their part in making it happen. The LTA National Tennis Centre here has played host to the event all week, and we're very grateful to have use of the facilities here. I've had a great team behind me supporting me through the week, and I'd like to thank all the players who have taken part this week. So without further ado, I'm going to pass on to our guest today, Nina Severino, who is here on behalf of the Elena Baltacha Foundation and is going to be presenting our prizes and awards this afternoon. Nina.
Barry, thank you very much for inviting me here today to represent the Elena Baltacha Foundation, and it's absolutely fantastic to be back at the NTC, and everywhere I look, so many memories here, and great to watch an incredible final. Well done, ladies. And it's great that it's televised as well, so there'll be lots of young, up-and-coming, even younger than you, watching you and hopefully being inspired and motivated by the tennis that they've seen today. So congratulations to both of you for making the final, and at our great national training centre, which is absolutely fantastic. So we won't prolong it. So I'd like to ask Erin, the runner-up today, to come up and receive her award. And sport is always a tough business because there's always got to be a loser in the finals. But congratulations to the winner, Amelia. Well done.
So that's the Division 1 final over with. Coming up very shortly, we'll have the Premier final involving, of course, Jodie Burridge and Katie Bolt. I hope you can stay with us. It'll be a matter of minutes away. Welcome back to the National Tennis Centre for the final of the Premier level singles event here. Katie Boulter and Jodie Burrage squaring off for the second time in this space of 3 days. Boulter it was who won here a couple of days ago in an excellent contest. Didn't mean a whole lot that day, of course, just in case of who won the group. But this will be the climax of what has been an excellent week of tennis, especially in this Premier Division. We've seen, obviously, had a showcase, a higher showcase in terms of the matches we've been able to show here, and it's been thoroughly enjoyable to watch. Nick Lester and Naomi Cavaday here in the commentary box with you. How you doing, Cav?
Yeah, good. Really looking forward to this one. I very much enjoyed the battle they had a couple of days ago. Burrage got herself into a really good position in that second set. She was up. Boulter really had to wrestle it back to get it to a tie break, but we've got two big hitters here. Jodie says it's going to be about who gets the first strike in, and I'm not going to disagree with that. Katie
Boulter, who probably, as far as this event goes, certainly the most recognisable figures, the most well-known of all the field, given the success she's had on the tennis circuit, former top 100 player. Her story obviously has been well documented, the problems she's had with the back issue. No back problems at all now, as far as you're aware?
No, seems pretty good. She was just starting to get off on a roll a little bit before lockdown came in. She picked up a top 100 win. She came back in November 2019, played some challenges, but then started using the protected ranking. She got that top 100 win. It was against Anna Blinkova. She was ranked 60 at the time. So showing that, of course, the game is still there, which is exactly what we would expect. You know, she did have 7 months out. That's a significant amount of time. But it was a stress fracture. It was a fairly serious injury. Needed a lot of time to heal, especially with the back. I mean, you really want to do nothing on it to let it heal, but it's pretty tough to do that. Even just walking around, of course, you're putting pressure through that spinal area. So she's done well with her rehab. The game looks good, and as far as I'm concerned, just a matter of time before she starts pushing up towards 100 again.
Yeah, still using that protected ranking. We don't quite know how that's going to work, as Cav was saying, but there is plenty that's still in the balance, still to be worked out. But for now, players certainly very appreciative, I'm sure, of the ability, the opportunity to compete as they have been out here. There's Jodie Burrage, who's been competing a lot over the last few weeks, having played so well here a couple of weeks ago in the British Tour event, and went down to St George's Hill last week where she was victorious, picked up a decent-sized check there as well. It's been a really profitable time for the British players from that perspective, having had those horrible injuries as well, the 3 ankle surgeries that she has suffered. You can see the ankle braces that she's worn, and presumably a lot's been done in terms of rehab for her in working that part of the body to strengthen it, to ensure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, very frustrating for Jodie, of course, and with the ankles, it's really difficult to regain the confidence in them. That's the thing. Often, you know, I sprained my ankle on one occasion. I understand that, of course, Jodie's injuries were far worse than that, but the confidence when you're slamming the brakes on out wide, you know, turning the ankle is something that happens to tennis players. You go over on your foot often, and once you've had a serious injury, that's often the hardest part to get back, is just that confidence that you feel really good out wide. So a lot of strengthening has gone on. She's a very disciplined and professional sort of athlete, so anything that was required of her, she was going to do absolutely to the max. But yeah, for me, she looks ready to go, and I'm very excited. Again, you know, big ifs as to what the tour is going to look like, but if 2021 looks anything like we would normally expect, I'm really excited about Burrage's year.
Yeah. Colin Beecher was saying this week, who's been helping her this week as part of the coaching setup, how frustrating it's been. Felt like she was in a good place last summer before injuries came around again. So it's been a very difficult period for Jodie. But certainly played a lot of tournaments at the start of the season with the goal clearly to try and make up for some lost time. Actually played 7 of the 9 weeks at the start of the year before lockdown affected everybody. So what does she take from the match a couple of days ago? Do you think how close or how far away was she from turning the tables on Katie?
Well, I think she was really close to just nicking that second set. It was just as we got to the crunch moments, the experience of Boulter started to show, and she started upping her game. Also, Boulter's serve really kept her in it. She was getting a lot of cheap points Burridge is an aggressive player. She doesn't want to get pushed around by Bolter. I'm sure she would have learnt a lot from that match, but they know each other really well. They've practiced together, of course. They've played against each other before. And Burridge is a sort of game, really, that she can always walk onto court confident because she has weapons. She's got weapons off both sides. She likes to use them. She's got a great serve on her as well. So no matter what the situation, to be honest, no matter what ranking she's playing against, she has something in her game that she can look at that can actually do some damage. And if she can maximise that, string it all together, do it at the right times, all of those things are key when you're playing a player who is as experienced as Bolter is.
Big prize fund on offer here today. The winner will take home a cheque for £6,000. So a substantial offering here at the Progress Tour Women's Championships. Barry Fulcher, as we've mentioned, the man who's behind all this. Progress Tour was set up by him 3 years ago to enable greater competition among the British players, and it's been a lot of work for Barry, but it's been a good success story, and full credit to him for the amount of work he's put in. So the warm-up's almost complete. So Katie Bolter against Jodie Burridge for the right to be crowned champion here. Colin Beecher in the background there. On the left-hand side is Jodie's boyfriend, is a rugby player, actually plays for Leicester Tigers. Ball down here. I guess from Jodie's point of view today, she can have a little bit more of a swing, can't she? She should feel a little bit more relaxed, I would imagine, having already been beaten by her opponent. The pressure's probably a little bit more on Katie, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And also, for Bolter, slightly nervous because you imagine Burridge is going to try and do something a bit different.
Jeremy Bates, the coach of Katie Bolter, has been for a number of years now.
And for Bolter, she hadn't played any matches coming into this tournament, so it really was a situation for her that she was going to work her way in. And I think actually from the very beginning, the serve has been there, been very consistent. The decision-making from the back of the court was... It just took a little while to get going through the week. It wasn't necessarily poor. I mean, she hasn't lost any matches, but just sometimes off that central ball, the decision-making wasn't quite slick. It wasn't as quick as she would like, and again, it's just match tightness. Definitely something that has improved with every match, and that's what you need, time on court. She's coming out of this tournament, regardless of what happens today, a better player than when she went in, just in terms of getting things back up to par and ready to go.
So the early chance here for Katie Boulter on a blustery afternoon. Katie Boulter's career high ranking 82. That was in the winter of 2019. Not too long ago, really.
Advantage, Burridge.
That's when, of course, the back injury really started to become an issue. A bit more pace on the Boulter forehand, just rushing Burridge there. Slightly tentative start.
Yeah, slightly different conditions today than I think we've had through the week. Amelia Bissett was saying how it's just that little bit windier today. Backhand is just such a natural shot from Burridge.
She's going to need one of those, Katie.
Does really get that angle nicely. Sometimes see that sort of shot off the return from her as well. Going really sharp on the cross court.
So, testing opening hold for Jodie Burridge. Career high just inside the world's top 250. Has won 3 ITF titles as Jodie in each of the 3 years that she's been a professional, 2017, 2018, and last year as well.
Yeah, it seemed like the entry level and the lower level of the tour just not really a problem for her. She kind of moved up the rankings really nicely, and as you mentioned, she has been interrupted by injury, but she's been able to get to her position of inside 300 at relative speed. Really the big goal is something that she's talked about, but really the next big goal is getting into those Grand Slam qualies, because that's where all the opportunities lie. You get to compete against much stronger players more frequently as well, so you learn much quicker. And some players really do take off once they've had a little bit of time at that level. Somebody like Katie Boulter, perfect example of that. To get to the Grand Slam qualies, looking at about a 220 to be sure of it. So Burridge not far away. I expect that's something she will achieve as soon as she can get a consistent run. Tricky for Bolter to read that lob as it was swirling around, but then Burridge just setting up a little too early and getting that forehand all wrong in the wind.
It's a day where you may have just to rein it in a little bit. You can see how challenging conditions are right now. It's tough to sometimes be as aggressive as you might want to be in terms of your targets.
Yeah, it was 2018. That was the year where Bolter's ranking really just flew up, and she was so consistent in her performance. A couple of top 50 wins, one over Alexandra Krunic and Maria Sakkari.
Shouldn't be forgotten of Katie's illnesses that she suffered as well. She had a fair few problems, didn't she, off the court?
Yeah, she really suffered when she was a teenager with chronic fatigue. Had to have pretty much a full season out. There was just nothing that she could really do about that. Something that I think she always needs to be aware of. Does just take such a long time to get out of that, and it's very challenging for athletes, you know, once they've been in the athlete mindset, they're used to doing what they're able to do.
So Jodie Burridge with the break here, right at the start of this match.
Burridge leads by 2 games to love, first set. Love 15.
Yeah, something we've seen from Bolter as well through the week. Pretty positive in terms of the body language. Really been trying to demand the best from herself, even though, as I say, such a long time without matches. It was never going to be her absolute best tennis. Actually, her and Freya Christie were having a bit of a chuckle after their match yesterday because they weren't happy with how either of them had played.
Katie Bolter's wins over Alice Gillen, Emily Arbuthnot and Jodie Burridge. Yet to lose a set, in fact.
30,
She came
15.
through the Anne Kiathavon group against Fashion.
Got that one
40, 15.
a little wrong. I think it just jumped up a bit further than she was anticipating. Burridge can get a bit of kick on the serve.
Oh, what a volley. Outstanding from Jodie Burridge.
Burridge leads by 3
And
games
she
to
is
love,
out to an
first set.
absolute flyer here. 3-love. She leads in the first.
Well, she's looking fairly fresh as well, because that definitely was something we were waiting to see yesterday, coming through her semi-final. Burridge, but she looked very, very tired. She was taking on Alicia Barnett, and really she had to battle herself, try and get the best tennis she possibly could out, as well as her opponent. But because she's been playing so much and playing so well, she can really rely on that beautiful clean strike that she's got off both sides, and that was helping her in that match as she came through that in straight sets. But she was definitely feeling it in the legs after that, but seems like she's been able to recover well. And looks like she's ready to go here.
Time.
So a bit of a slow start made by Katie Boulter out here. Withdrew from the tiebreak 10s event last night. Perhaps just wary of previous injuries, not to try and push the envelope too much.
Love 50. Love 30.
Oh, this rather disappointing start. Katie Boulter continues. There's Jeremy Bates, former British #1.
First serve.
It's been nice to see him chatting, you know, of course, with Boulter after her matches, but also her opponents. He used to be the head of women's tennis, so definitely has an interest in how all of the players are performing.
Yeah, who's in that role now? Ian Bates?
Ian Bates, yeah, who's just sat alongside on the grass. He was having a good discussion with Freya Christie after the match yesterday, and of course has a lot of knowledge and wisdom for these players to learn from. And he's been with Boulter for quite some time now, hasn't he? Been very successful. Actually left his job as head of women's tennis to do it, to work with Boulter full time. But he's always somebody who will very much be involved with the LTA setup, with the performance team. We were talking a little bit about how Burridge might start this match, because she was the one who was really fatigued yesterday. But actually it's Boulter that's just been a little flat. Needing to pick up that intensity.
Long. Oh my God. 40-30. Game Boulter.
Oh, Katie Boulter reels off 4 straight points
Burridge leads by 3
to get
games
herself
to 1.
going in
First
this
serve.
final, having made a somewhat of a slow start.
I think the combination of the game styles we've got out on court, which is fairly big hitting, and also the conditions, which are definitely tricky, will mean that we won't get a huge amount of lengthy rallies.
15.
It's one of her best points so far. A lot of discussion around what tournaments are going to be played from the ITF perspective. We understand that potentially there's some prospect of it happening in late August here, but again, having had a discussion this morning with Richard Joyner, who is very influential in these parts. Logistically, it's going to be far from easy in terms of getting players coming from all over the world. So there's still a lot to be discussed, a lot to be debated. So thankfully, the LTA and various other private backers have come in, and all the work being done here this week to allow the players in this country to compete once again. Extremely valuable time on court they've had over the last few weeks.
Bolter's up the intensity here, and it's working a treat because it just improves everything in the game. Okay, the footwork's a little bit better. There's more on the shot because she's a bit looser through the shoulders, so the racket just commits and finishes off the shot nicely. Everything just elevated slightly.
Bolter.
So a break to love for
There is
Katie
3-5,
Boulter.
3 games to 2, first set.
As Katie Boulter gets herself firmly into this final now, 3-2, she trails.
Yeah, I think one thing that we do know about the tournaments for the rest of the year is going to be a lot less on the calendar, or there will be a lot less on the calendar than there is normally. So if we can get tournaments off and running, you know, different countries will have different restrictions. So there'll be some where they can't play the events they were scheduled to. And that means that the entry lists are going to be a lot tougher if players are willing to travel and able to get around.
Yeah, some talk about a change to the ranking system, which may well be the case as well. Much like the ATP and WTA have taken the route of becoming an 18-month, possibly 2-year ranking system on the ITF. Again, a lot to be confirmed.
Yeah, and it looks like for Katie Boulter with her protected ranking, that will be extended as well. It seems to make sense that it would be. I don't think we've actually had any official word on how that would work, but she's only used it a few times, and so she has I think about 4 or 5 more uses of it left, which actually could prove incredibly key if the tournaments are stronger.
Yep.
You know, she needs that top 100 ranking to get her into these events so that she can go out and compete.
Love 15. Fifteen all.
she's done well just to keep herself in the exchange, but
30,
Katie Boulter
50.
keeping her cool.
Yeah, Boulter's found more of her range and her level now. Just a little bit of a slow start. It seems like she's got things back on track. But just like the way she was fairly calm about it, no stress really. As I say, this is something we've seen from her throughout the week. And look, it's not like ordinarily we would see these outbursts from Boulter at all. She's a pretty level-headed sort of competitor. But she is coming here with a target on her back, that's for sure, and possibly coming here with the least amount of tennis of anyone else, well, definitely of those who ended up reaching the semi-finals. When it is blustery like this, you just can't take anything for granted. Things can change at the last second. Whether that's your shot going down the other end, it can just get lifted, it can get moved. You've got to keep those feet going. And I think we're aware that both of these players are feeling it a bit physically. You mentioned Boulter pulling out of the tie-break tens yesterday. Burridge managed to play, but was unable to play the doubles. And everything in the wind is just that much more physical,
30.
trying to fight through it. It's just, you just carry so much more tension through the body. You just feel a lot stiffer the next day than if you were playing indoors, for example.
Oh, did it catch the line? It did. It was a fortuitous hit. I don't think she knew too much about it, but back to juice.
Advantage, Burridge.
It's been that end all day that has been seemingly proved tricky to more deal with the conditions. Proves to be the case again. Whether the wind is coming from behind that end, I think it probably is. Oh, that was a wild one. And it's Burridge up 4-2.
Yeah, I just had to reach for that. It ended up being in a completely different position to what she was expecting, and it just completely got away from her.
Oh, that is well played from Jodie Burridge. Good scrambling.
Yeah, that last shot looked like it was almost behind her, having to come around it to find that sort of angle on the cross court. Just dipping in at the last second. tricky, I think, for both of these players, but also just struggling with it a little bit more, is that you want to try and be consistent. I mean, you talked about it, Nick, at the beginning, just try and rein it in a little in these conditions. But when you do that, you're playing somebody with a very big strike. So, like, for example, that last point just set up for Burridge. So you want to try and bring in your targets, but not lose the aggression on the shot. And to be able to get that aggression, you really need to have, you know, incredible footwork around the ball and just not stop.
Excellent game from Jodie Burridge to cement the break here.
Burridge leads by 5 games to 2.
She's going along very nicely. 5-2 her advantage.
And it's always tough, especially again with the conditions. If you don't start off quite feeling it, to try and fight to feel it when the wind is interrupting the shot a little bit, and then of course you try and play a few consistent shots because you've missed a bit, and then Burridge is stepping up and crunching a few, getting on top of you. It can feel really difficult to sort of dig yourself out and improve your level. And really the main thing you can do is just really work on that intensity and bring the targets in.
Progress Tour, which originated in 2017, it was a one-off £6,000 prize money event. At the time, it was the largest winner's check in domestic British tennis. It's grown since then. In 2018, they had 15 events of the Progress Tour. The ethos very much about competing, learning and earning at the same time. And it's really fundamentally about giving players a chance to, all British players, equal opportunity. This year they were due to have 8 events. Increased prize money on a par with the British Tour. They also ran the event with Jamie Murray, or the doubles event, Murray Doubles Series, which has been a success. That'll be happening next year now. But the work that Barry's put in terms of trying to get the Progress Tour up and running has been outstanding. So key to have a good competition structure, isn't it? You can have all the good coaching in the world, but if you don't have a good competitive structure, it's one thing that obviously has proved to be very successful in continental Europe.
Yeah, and it has an effect on so many levels. Of course, the players can compete more. They can compete at a younger age because they don't need to travel and invest so much with the expenses getting around to tournaments. But also the level of coaching in that particular country dramatically increases because they can see the level more often. They can get out to the tournament so that when they come and work with younger players, they know what the next stage is.
Did she make it? She did, I think.
Wasn't the most confident of volleys.
No. Thought about it.
And it also breeds a really healthy competition within that nation's players.
Yeah, that's not going to do any harm, is it?
A couple of loose returns here from Burridge.
That's a tremendous little dig, so awkward. For Bolter to pick up. Good skill to have there. They use that squash shot under pressure.
Game.
So, a hold, but Some work ahead of Katie Boulter if she's to stay in this opening set.
Love 15.
A bit of an unusual miss for Burridge there. Looked like she was in a fairly decent position. Boulter did just lean into that corner, predicted the cross court. Maybe that just made her think twice.
On.
Just about. It's difficult to get out of the way. It was almost following her, wasn't it, as the gust of wind took it.
Closing in on being the first player this week to take a set off Katie Boulter. It's been a little too erratic, hasn't it, from Boulter so far today. Hasn't quite struck the right balance.
Such a strong return of Boulter's, right back at the server. Can really rush the server as they struggle to get out of the serve in time.
Another unforced error from Katie Boulter, and it's Jodie Burridge that has taken the first set in this Premier Division final here of the Progress Tour Women's Championships. 6-3.
Yeah, really nice set from Burridge. I mean, all things considered, I don't think either of these players are going to be able to play their absolute best tennis today. One thing because of the conditions, but also the way the matchup is. When you get two big strikers, you do get those sort of choppy phases in matches where you get the quick points, the unforced errors come in. But I think for Burridge, she's played with real intent. The striking, which has just been there all through the week, has been outstanding. And it's been really nice to see. I think, you know, we talked about how well she was doing before lockdown came in. But she really used that time, I think, to improve. She looks like she's been moving well all week. Okay, today and yesterday she's definitely been a little heavy-legged because she's played so much tennis, but at the beginning of the week she really, you could see the difference in her, which is a really nice addition to her game.
That's the voice of the former British Fed Cup player Naomi Cavaday, who's here with myself, Nick Lester, at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. Plenty of balls being struck around this one as well. The British Tour is taking place just on the adjacent courts.
Second sets. Bolter to serve.
Katie Bolter then playing catch up.
Love.
I think for Bolter in this set, really, it's just about addressing her own game, just trying to find a higher level, just bring up that intensity. Trying to assert herself a bit more on the match. Such good striking. And Burridge said before the match is going to be about getting the first strike in, and Burridge has been doing that for the most part. Getting on top of the rally and then just not letting up. That's more like it. I think that sort of effortless striking really does come with the amount of matches Burridge has been playing. Just really got her eye in. It's very clean. It looks very comfortable. Even when she's maybe not quite in the right position, she's still able to find that nice strike in the middle of the racket. Super return.
30-40.
It's allowed her an early chance to get a break here in the second.
Called it long.
I thought it was out, but I didn't call it until a bit later.
But she was calling it.
I kind of understand Jodie Burridge's frustrations there.
Juice. Advantage, Bolter. Just make it clear, okay?
Didn't quite make the right decision on the forehand, and Katie Bolter escapes from that opening game. It continues to be a hard graft right now.
Yeah, she's having to really hang on and just work patiently on her game. It looks like it's definitely much better than it was at the beginning of the match. Improved moving in that area, I think particularly from the back of the court. But really it was just a bit more aggressive from Burridge, a bit more confident as well.
Countless matches in the last fortnight. There's Jodie Burridge, a super competitor who loves getting out there and testing herself.
Love 15.
Oh, Bolter would love to make a little bit of a push here and start turning things around.
Love 30.
Yeah, just a group of unforced errors from Burridge coming seemingly out of nowhere. They're in a bit of trouble now.
Quite sure she's let that call go. It almost feels like there's been a little bit of a sort of, just a somewhat of a lapse in concentration. Time to regroup. That's a good start.
15-40.
And especially, I mean, those unforced errors coming really early in the rally as well. First or second shot behind the serve.
The other one's in the Babolat side of the sign there.
There's a winner already today. 17-year-old. What an impressive performance she put in. Amelia Bissett, who was the Division 1 champion here.
Yeah, the slices that Bolter, I mean, she's always put them in, really, in general, in her game. Just today, not being effective because the wind's just holding them up. Sometimes she chips back the returns, just tries to neutralise when she's kind of feels like she's really reaching. That one, it was down low on the backhand, so she would have had to reach for it a little bit. So just trying to throw it in as it's an easier shot to play, but it's leaving her vulnerable. It's something that's not really working.
Juice.
She's clawed her way back in this game.
Yeah, that was a good quality point, good striking from Bolter. I think a couple of times she was just leaning forward, thinking she might get a short ball, but Burridge really counterpunching nicely, using the pace, even dealing with the depth well. Yeah, so that sort of return off the forehand slice from Bolter. It's a defensive shot, but a very effective one. But she actually hit that well. It went deep. It was in the middle of the court. Didn't have a lot of energy on it. But again, just in these conditions, it just held up. And it meant that Burridge had enough time to get a really clean strike into the corner once again.
This would be some game to escape from.
Game, Burridge.
5 points in a row, and having perhaps suggested that the focus might have, the intensity might have dropped. That is a fine recovery.
Yeah, the mentality is something she says she's been working on a lot, I think, throughout the year, including through lockdown. Elements of that are patience, as well as not getting too down on herself. She can give herself a hard time. She's a very competitive person, but it's about managing it and channeling that within matches. Just collecting the balls up for a ball change, but you can definitely see the development. I'm sure a little way to go with it.
Love. Love.
Got to get it out of the slot there. Just so dangerous. I mean, it's the same for both players. Burridge has to get it out of Bolter's slot as well. That one just a little too comfortable for the returner.
All.
Sloppy, really, from Bolter. She'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, she's just not quite getting down low enough as well to the shot through this match. Needed to really use her legs just to be able to absorb the pace. Just about. Bit of a tricky shot. Burridge made it tough for her. But a nice serve down the tee. That's something that I think has worked well for her through the week, that tee serve off both sides. Really does get good pop on the serve.
That's well played.
Game Bolter.
Resilient stuff from Katie
Bolter
Bolter.
leads by 2-1. First set.
As
Second
his
set,
charge
third set, Burridge.
enjoys a 2-1 lead here in this second set as she looks to play catch up.
Yeah, a bit better there from Bolter, but you can just see, I think, in the demeanour, the way she's walking around the court, it's just a little bit slow. Doesn't seem to be in the most positive frame of mind in this match, and it's going to be tough against Jodie. She's well aware of that. They had a tough match just a couple of days ago. But when you have that level of experience, it really does bring with it so much belief.
Time.
Jodie Burridge stepping out once again here. Having had a career that's so far, too many interruptions, I'm sure, from her perspective. Was in a good place last summer, on the verge of cracking the top 200.
Katie. There's 2 here, there's 1 there.
Was a good junior as well, Jodie. She was top 15 in the world in the ITF junior rankings a few years ago now.
Love.
Yeah, nice serve that. Just took a fraction of pace off just to make sure that it swung away from Bolter, so she really did have to contact it along that centre line. It's really nice action on the serve for Burridge in general. Technically, she gets good spring from the legs, good drive up, really maximises the height well.
Game, Burridge.
And right on cue, that is some game.
2 games all, second sets. Led first serve. Love.
She's never beaten a top 100 player, Jodie Burridge, in her young career. Only had a couple of goes at it. Hardly a surprise given the fact that the level of which she's been competing on, but
Led first serve. On.
Bolter just can't shake these unforced errors, can she? They are hanging around. Yeah, nicely done. They are kind of just
30,
consistently
15.
peppering through her game throughout this match, whereas Burridge unforced errors tend to be coming more in sort of clusters.
nice to see Nino here. Of course, Elena Baltac's husband. So good work does Nino up in the Ipswich area. Got his academy up there. Bally still a lady who was very sorely missed. A lady I'm sure you spent a lot of time with, Cav.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to have a group named after her in this particular event, but someone who would have loved to watch something like this. Always up for competing was Bal.
Game, Bolter.
Competing, the players have been doing impressively this week. Katie Boulter having to dig in. Not played her best tennis so far, but up 3-2 here in this second set.
We remember the heroic effort from Katie Boulter. It did come at quite a personal cost with that stress fracture in the lower back, but that was at Fed Cup last year back in April, the Copper Box Arena against Kazakhstan. It was an incredible event. I was so fortunate to be there and experience it, to see our British women out on display there. But something I've spoken to Anne Kjothavang about at length. Of course, we both miss Bal. She was our Fed Cup team member. We played alongside her. But Anne says that she always talks to the Fed Cup squad about Bally, what she did for the sport, what she would do if she was playing in this match, what she would contribute if she was at the side. So they are well aware the legacy does continue on. Absolutely, she was known as just one of the toughest competitors out there. I hated playing against her. Love spending time with her, but you knew it was just going to be really tough.
Bit of a war.
Yeah.
Tough one to take on. It's a perfect time to use it. Jodie Burrage was on the back foot.
Yeah, really nicely done as well. Good bit of disguise. Burrage didn't see it coming. Played beautifully. And as soon as Burrage recognised that, she thought there's no point in chasing that down. That
picks the jump from sort of 230 up into the top sort of 150. Cav, you've obviously trodden that journey yourself. How big's the next step for Jodie? You know, you've talked about her capabilities. She's obviously a very capable player. We're seeing it here today.
Yeah.
Where does the jump come, I guess, is the question. Where is the next big jump for her in terms of her stepping stones?
Well, the big thing is getting into the slam qualies, absolutely. So getting up to about 220.
1540.
And once you're in there, you tend to have kind of a group of players up to about 150 that kind of all interchangeable. I mean, somebody ranked 160 is not that much better than somebody ranked 180. It just depends on draws and periods in the year. Kind of just have a group, they sit in that group. I absolutely see Burrage being a part of that. Definitely ready to make those moves. And then it's about the ones that are able to push forward, to get up inside 150. It's a lot about volume of play. You can do it another way and really break through in some of the big tournaments. But it's quite unlikely. If we think back to
30,
Boulter's
40.
rise, a lot of it was doing well in the 100Ks, really pushing deep to finals week on week, getting some big wins under the belt and chipping away like that.
Of course, the one interesting aspect of being a top 100 player is that there's the break. If you look at it year over year, there actually aren't that many changes. I mean, within the top 100, there's probably only about, I know on the men's side, I think there's something like 5 or 6 each year in terms of players coming out of the top 100 and new ones coming in. Doesn't happen all that often, does it?
Yeah, and it's a little bit less actually on the women's side of things than it is on the men's. The men's have a much stronger and more established challenger system, so you can, and there's more points available there. The women's have a slightly different scoring system when it comes to the points and the rankings. So, for example, if you win a round in a Grand Slam in the men's, I think you pick up 45 points at the moment. For the women, it's 70. And there was a time when I was playing, it was 100 points, so more than double what the men would get.
Interesting.
And the reason for that was to protect the jobs in the top 100. The WTA deliberately, they didn't want as much movement between, say, 50 and 150. They wanted to they have a tour that they wanted to be fairly consistent.
Oh, wow.
15 all.
But it means that I mean, it's a little bit easier now that, as you say, there is a bit more changing around, but it's tough, really tough to get there. It's a little bit easier to stay.
Yep.
And also the type of events you're playing on the men's side of things, you can pretty much get to about 65 by winning some challenges. I mean, doing incredibly well. They are tough challenges. It's not easy at all, but that's not really possible on the women's. There just aren't really enough
15,
events.
30.
Boulter through her 2018 year, picking up 25K titles. She actually started the year ranked 196. Reached the final of the 100K event in Southsea. That was an excellent performance from her there. Then really pushed up into the tour events, because once you get that ranking up close, that's the only way you're going to break through to the top 100, which she managed to do by October of that year after making the quarterfinals in Tianjin. And these are all the nuances that coaches need to be aware of, especially coaches that work with both the male players and the women's. They are different. Lots of technical details you just need to consider. For Burridge, it's fairly simple at the moment. She's in challengers.
Yep.
She's got to go deep in challengers consistently to get to that top 220. Then you can start looking at a slightly different plan.
She has pressured Katie Boulter a lot today, hasn't she? And in terms of the weight of the ball, she's more than matched Boulter.
Yeah, I think she's been doing exactly the right thing. Come out and been very aggressive.
And it's missed it. Katie Boulter's broken back here. Jodie Burridge is back on serve. Puff of the cheeks. Fatigue, certainly you feel playing its part, but what an effort that is, 4-3.
It seems like she's really keeping it together emotionally, much better than she did yesterday. She was really struggling and being quite negative, even though she was doing pretty well in that match and she came through it in straight sets. But I think, you know, when that fatigue comes, the emotional control is really difficult. It's draining. You have to put energy into making sure that you're positive and calm and saying the right things. But looking like she's in a much better frame of mind in this match.
Time.
A couple of years in age separating these two players. A fair bit in terms of experience, on-court experience at the highest level. Jodie Burrage looking to turn the tables, having been beaten by Katie Boulter a couple of days ago.
Love. Red first serve. Fifteen all.
Really can just produce winners from anywhere there. Deep in the court. Not a huge space to hit into. You can see Boulter right in the middle of the court, but just did not see that coming. Off the back foot, lots of pace.
Game Burrage. 4 games all.
It's an excellent hold, and back-to-back games for Jodie Burrage. 4 apiece here.
Well, we've seen glimpses of real quality from Boulter. Just hasn't managed to string it together for a long enough period of time. I mean, she's right in this set, of course, it's 4 all.
And there's another one in that Babolat side as well over there.
just a little bit of an effort to find the level she's looking for.
Okay, 15 left.
That's the right sort of point, but you can see she was just pulling off that last forehand, so she wasn't in the right position. Meant that she couldn't quite commit to the shot.
Same again, just a
15,
little
13.
bit of a push. Not happy right now, Katie Boulter. Struggling a little bit out here, but hanging on.
Again, quality, simple point from Boulter. Just needs to try and deliver that a little more often.
Only played 26 matches the whole of last season, did Katie.
Yeah, it really was just such a difficult time. I mean, there's never a good time to get a stress fracture in your back, of course, and have a long layoff. But Boulter having such a great 2018 season, and then the beginning of 2019 was really consolidating herself in that top 100. She was doing well. Tour events. Wins in slams around the place. Got the second round of the Australian Open, losing to Sabalenka.
That's quality finish. One of the best points of the match so far.
Yeah, really nice striking. You could just see a lot of it in the hip zone for Boulter, but she stayed down nice and low, really using the legs. And the drop shot was perfectly timed. Burridge caught out a good couple of meters behind the baseline. It was a long way to chase that one down.
Got it. Wasn't working with much, but the cross-court approach maybe just leaving her a touch exposed. But Katie Boulter is ahead, gingerly kind of making her way to get her towel as well. Let's hope she's physically okay. 5-4. She's in front here now.
Yeah, going back to the injury and the timing of when it came, we were talking a little bit about how tough it is to break into the top 100. She'd done all of that work. It's not like it gets any easier when you're in the top 100, of course not, but you get more opportunities of scoring those big points, and sometimes for playing the same players that you would have been playing to really try and get up the rankings, and that's just because of how it works with what you can get into. And okay, she's got her protected ranking. She can use it on a few more occasions, and I'm sure the WTA will give her an extension to be able to do that. But the fact is, she's ranked in the 300s. She needs to get back to the top 100 again, and she's got to go through the process. You only get your protected ranking for 9 events. You can't just use it endlessly to get into the tournament. So it is it's a tricky thing to try and navigate. And yeah, very frustrating when you've just finally done it. You've cracked that spot in the Slam main draws, and then, well, she's not back to square one. Of course not. She's gained lots of experience. I have no doubt that she will be knocking on the door of the top 100 again fairly soon, but mentally it's quite a blow, pretty big setback.
Love. All. .30. All.
It's a little loose again on a big point, maybe just not having had the matches.
Well, both players starting to slow down in between the points. We're getting longer rallies, that's for sure. But definitely puffing a little between the points. I think possibly they're both rather happy we don't have a shot clock at the back of the court.
Yeah.
Oh, they've got to pick up the balls as well. So it's fair enough. If I were them, I'd be going for the furthest ball away.
Full credit to Jodie Burrage, because it has been a strenuous couple of weeks for her 7 matches last week. You remember that at St George's Hill. It was off the back of making the final here the week before. And yes, she hasn't played competitive tennis for some time, so she's had a break, but still the physical challenges that presents are significant. This week's been tough as well.
Love 15.
Such a good strike. You could see there Bolter beaten for pace. She was in that corner waiting. Just a little quick to go to that
15-30.
forehand slice there, Bolter. Feel like she might have been able to get that right leg behind the ball and strike it, but if she's feeling it a little bit in the legs, can understand that decision.
Yeah, that would certainly be an indicator. Problems mounting for Katie Bolter right now. Oh. Oh, well, she was walking to the chair.
50-40.
It was a very close one, that, but the finger from Bolter went up pretty early on. Wasn't a particularly late call. I think Burridge doesn't quite believe the call.
Game. Burridge.
So Jodie Burridge gets the break. It could be a very important one here as well.
And by 1 set allowed.
She will serve to be crowned champion here of these Progress Tour Women's Championships, 6-5. Full credit to her as well. She's come out here and struck the ball with real authority, real purpose. In conditions that are tricky. Whether Katie Bolter is just struggling a little bit at the moment physically, it may seem to be the case, but there's been no letdown from this lady, has there?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way we can say this is Bolter at her best, that's for sure. But I did play just a couple of days ago, and Bolter managed to dig out that second set. Burridge had a really good advantage there. But yeah, it's been impressive the way that she's approached the match. She's looked sharp, even though she may be a little bit tired from everything she's been doing the last few weeks. Striking has just been so nice and clean. She's been really clear on what she's been trying to do, I think. Every shot has been delivered with intent. Had a couple of patches where the unforced errors came in, but give her the benefit of the doubt with the wind interrupting play often enough.
Love 15.
Servers looked fairly good as well from Burridge today. Got herself a couple of cheap points. Just not quite getting in the right position there. Had to reach a little for that backhand.
That's gone wide as well.
15-40.
She's trying to create something, an angle really off a ball that was not really given her much to work with. 2 break-back points. And there it is. Jodie Burridge unable to shut the gates here.
6 games all, second set, tie break.
As a result, it'll be a tie break to decide the outcome of this second set.
Yeah, looked like she just released the pressure there on that final game, maybe thinking she'd done enough just to roll through it. A couple of shots didn't get into a good enough position, which she has been doing through this set. Therefore, the unforced errors coming in, and Boulter playing a solid game.
Boulter.
It looked like that shot might have been on there for Burridge.
More good tennis. That's been the theme really of the, certainly from the second half of the second set. Caught her by surprise, didn't she, with the second serve. Boulter leaning a little bit to try and cheat to get around the forehand and was caught off guard.
Just this certainty has left the Burridge game, actually from a 6-5 up in this set, the previous game, and now just early here in the tie-break. I mean, look, it's still 2-all, so no need for her to really panic just yet, but just lacking a bit of that conviction.
use of the left arm just to create the extra bit of width. That was what really caught Katie Boulter out. She was trying to recover her position, but the fact it had a little bit of additional width to it made it awkward.
Yeah, she really does drive through with the left hand on the backhand, which is why she's able to manipulate the direction so well. The racket around the ball. Some people pull the racket through with their dominant hand. And whilst that can get them a decent strike, it just becomes a little more difficult to change at the last second, go for more angles, that sort of thing. Yes, striking it nicely from the centre part of the court there, Boulter.
Knew that straight away, didn't she? Didn't even need to look at it. It's been an impressive breaker so far. Katie Boulter not even stopping for a sit down at the change of ends or straight from one side to the other. She's missed it.
4-3.
Yeah, the quality from Boulter's end of the court has just been steadily improving. I mean, throughout the whole match, but particularly in this second set, the striking is much nicer, much cleaner.
Both points won by the returner, Katie Boulter, with something to work with here.
She's been getting more and more pop on the serve as well, so just all areas improving for Boulter, and Burrage is starting to struggle.
Better return, more purpose, more intent to the return.
Burrage has got to really look at getting Boulter out wide. That's where she's been struggling a little bit, just with the movement. You can see there that forehand much more in the corner.
The attack was a pre-planned one, and it worked out beautifully for her. Two set points to level this final up. wide it is.
And second set, Bolter.
A very good effort from Katie Boulter. Jodie Burridge just unable to close it out when she had the opportunity to serve for it. Couldn't take it. And this Premier final will go the full distance. Boulter level 7-6.
Yeah, it was one of those things where Boulter was really just kind of chipping away at that level. As I was saying, it was steadily improving, the quality increasing, and then in the second set just ramped up a bit more. The serve started firing, got some more cheap points. She was hanging in the points a bit longer. Unforced errors were coming later in rallies for her as well. And it was just a question of whether she had enough time to do that in that second set. Managed to just about nick it. I think a little help came from Burridge, because it just didn't seem as confident right at the very end when she could see the finish line in sight. And Boulter doing really well to come through that now and force a third.
Time.
So, all to play for here. Emily Arbuthnot just in the background there. She'll be in action in the doubles final, which will follow this singles final. She and Anna Popescu will take on Olivia Nichols and Alicia Barnett. It will be the last match of the week here in the Progress Tour Women's Championships.
Final set, Burridge to serve. Love.
Just taking the pace out of the first serve, almost seemed to cause Katie Boulter to swing a little early on that one.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it is deliberate. She said towards the end of that tie break, she kind of shouted to herself, saying that she could barely swing her arm. Hopefully that's not an injury sort of thing. It does happen when you get nervous as well. You're on the cusp of winning. It does tend to slow down. And this is what we talk about when we say that matches are so different to practice. Is you can practice, play practice sets, you can do whatever you possibly can to get match ready, but it is just so different when you've got those nerves, because it totally affects everything. Yeah, if you just carry the tension through your body, it means that all of your shots, probably are dropping a couple of centimetres shorter.
Game, Burridge.
It's an ideal start to this decider, though, for Jodie Burridge.
David Felgate, who's been working with Burridge for some time now, used to be my coach, and he would always say to me in practice, if I ever missed a serve just long by just a couple of centimetres, he'd say, yeah, that'd be in a match. Put the tension through your body, add the nerves, put it in a tie break, that would come in. You just wouldn't get the looseness through the shoulders to get that depth, and really goes the same for all shots. So hopefully Burridge was just referring to nerves, and not that she had any particular pain.
Yeah.
And there's the blue sky you promised.
There you go, you see. You can always rely on me.
It was very cloudy this morning.
It's another relatively warm afternoon here now. You're in Roehampton, the home of the LTA. Katie Boulter
15
spent
left.
a fair few weeks on these courts over the last month or so, been practicing here. I remember seeing her practicing hard here during the Battle of the Brits event.
And this is something actually I think that all players are going to have to consider. And when we look at the tours, when they return, the planned return, it's big tournaments, it's slams back to back, and to go from no tennis for such a long period of time, you know, often if you've been injured, for example, for that amount of time, you want to take it fairly steady on the way back. You play a couple of events, get yourself used to it, maybe take a week off here or there. Got the change of surfaces as well, so managing injuries is going to be something that all players are going to have to be really on top of.
It's a great strike.
To go from no tennis to loads of tennis. I think even those who weren't particularly injured before just going to have to pay attention to it.
Yeah, unprecedented times in terms of working out your schedules and how it's going to work, how the body's going to react. A lot of unknowns.
30 all.
Just lacking the racket head speed on that second serve. Caught the ball underneath it, just pushing it long.
Left first serve.
That really was a super strike on the return. Boulter was rushing as fast as she could to get out of the way of it.
Katie, that one's not ours.
Burridge just caught that one a little bit too high.
Caught earlier. There's one here, one just inside this thing here. Game, Boulter, new balls. One game all, final set.
Yeah, by contrast to the first set. In through sets 2 and continuing now in set 3, Boulter with a few more cheap points behind the serve.
Love 15. Fifteen all.
magnificent strike. Wasn't much on the ball of Bolter, but dispatched pretty comfortably.
Fifteen. $30-40.
Chance for Bolter just to stretch ahead for the first time. And a couple of errors from Burridge, just getting away from her.
One final set.
It just feels like this has been starting to swing, and as I mentioned, the Bolter game's been improving. It's continuing to do that. And I'm not going to say that her movement has been where she would like it, but definitely the strike, she's found it. The serve starting to pop a bit, and this has now turned into a real challenge for Burridge. Got to try and figure this out.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of possible fatigue at one of those errors, just a little bit wayward towards the end of that game. Not entirely sure of her plans next week, but I would imagine that she's hopefully planning on maybe getting a rest week in. We're told that there's going to be some potentially more events added to the sort of domestic calendar, if you like, maybe, so she's not going to be short on options for competition that come early August.
Yeah, and I really hope that domestic calendar looks healthy for the rest of the year, because we were talking about those that may not be able to get into tournaments, may not have anything available for them to play. Somebody ranked maybe where Jodie is might fall into that sort of category. Bolter, of course, can use her protected ranking, but also for those that just aren't comfortable travelling, going to these tournaments. I mean, I think every player is going to have to make that sort of decision based on how they feel. Just to give another option, I think, would be really beneficial.
Love 15.
Just love the tee serve from Bolter. She's done really well at developing the ball toss as well. It's pretty tough to read. You can see there Burridge didn't take a step, but even at the higher end of the game, players really do struggle with it.
More of the same, in a good groove here.
30 all.
Some weary players out there, aren't there, right now? This is... It's been tough going this week.
Yes, digging deep time, isn't it? Just got to try and get everything they've got left in the tank out on court. Always say, even if you just feel 4 out of 10 in terms of energy levels, well, try and get that entire 4 out. Try and use it all,
40,
especially when you find yourself in a final.
A winner's check of £6,000 here today, remember? Really
Game,
useful
Bolter.
bunch of free points in that game.
Bolter leads by
Runner-up
3
will take
games to 1.
£4,000 home.
Yeah, it's still not quite effortless from Bolter, although it is greatly improved. Not the most slick performance.
all. 15,
Well, it's
30.
all just gone away from Burridge at the moment. Every area now starting to struggle when it was looking so good before. It makes a massive difference, of course, now being down in the match. And she'll be well aware that the Bolter game has been improving through as well. Just looks like she's questioning herself as to whether she can get this done here. And now the
15,
errors
40.
freely flowing from the racket of Jodie Burridge.
Looking a little brittle at the moment. Katie Bolter with more break points. That's long as
Game,
well.
Bolter.
Well, the wheels have come off somewhat for Jodie Burridge here in the third.
Bolter leads by 4 games to
Bolter
1
has won
final.
4 games in a row now. And is within sight of winning here at the National Tennis Centre 4-1.
Yeah, a combination of things happening here for Burridge. Seems like she's lost the belief that she's got enough left in the tank. You put that with the fact that she was so close to wrapping up the match as well. 6-5 up in that second set and was forced into a breaker. And that takes a huge amount of effort. Again, we talk about how much effort it takes to maintain that positive mental attitude. Really try and regroup, refocus and get ready for the third, but it just looked like the confidence is a little down, the belief a little down, and Bolter very much on the way up in terms of her level.
Time.
Jeremy Bates on the left-hand side there, Barry Fulcher in the middle, tournament director here, Ian Bates on the right there, who's the head of women's tennis.
Love 15.
May just see her cut loose somewhat here and swing from the hips. See what joy she can get.
Now keeping it nice and simple on the volley there, Bolter. Helped a little bit by the net, but on the whole, doesn't go for anything too complicated. Just wants to get the first volley into space. That's what you see a lot with the top doubles players. First volley, just keeping it simple, keeping it in. And then after that, they tend to go for a little more creativity.
Wild swing again, and you do feel that Jodie Burrage's tank is somewhat empty right now. He has given so much this week. It's been a joy to watch her compete. Perfect length. And Bolter a game away now from winning this Progress Tour Championships.
Yeah, and it's looking a little bleak for Burrage here in this final set, because throughout the week when she has had fatigue, and look, in the semi-final she was really feeling it for sure yesterday, but the strike has always been there. That has been steady, and in this final set that has also just left her. She was able to hit her way through Alicia Barnett in the semi-finals, and I'm sure she'd still like to find that level once again.
Love. Let's second serve. Love.
It's a good game. Maybe a last roll of the dice somewhat.
Bolter leads by 5 games
Frustration
to 2.
is obvious,
Final
but
sets.
Katie Bolter will come out momentarily to try and serve to win the Progress Tour Championships here.
Yeah, got to give a huge amount of credit to Bolter. I mean, she was right up against it there. It's been a challenge for her through the week. Of course, she's been dealing with her own situation, the fact she hasn't really played, so she's had to work through her game, work out that rust. She had all these players who are a little more match tight, really gunning for her. Also the physical side, as you say, going from doing nothing in terms of matches to playing matches every day here. And I think she really has got on with it well. And we saw that at the back end of that second set, just staying calm, just trying to find the level. She knows she has it in her, and she just about managed to do it in the nick of time. And since she found it, she hasn't really looked back.
So a lady who has been in the top 100 in the world has shown the pedigree that she has, serving for victory here.
Love. Love.
There's so much more pace on that now in comparison to the beginning of the match. Super serving.
Wild one from Jodie Burrage. She's had a magnificent week, though. May just be about to come up short. Katie Bolter is the champion here of the Progress Tour Women's Championships Premier Division. A very fine effort, coming back from a set and a breakdown to get the better of Jodie Burrage in 3 tight sets. It's Bolter that emerges victorious.
Yeah, a really great effort there for Bolter. She had to battle a number of things, and just in the nick of time in that second set managed to find the level. And as I mentioned before, didn't let go. Once she'd found it, the strike was firing, the serve was popping. Okay, she's definitely feeling it physically, but still managed to find a pretty decent level. Good effort to her, as I say, coming here, no match practice, target on her back, favourite for the tournament. I'm sure she had expectations in herself that she would do well here and potentially take the title. And her tennis, where she's at mentally, will have greatly improved for the matches she has taken part in this week, because she has learnt to deal with some difficult situations. And Burrage was a tough opponent. She really gave it everything. She just maybe lost a little bit of confidence at the end of that second set, and then possibly didn't quite have enough in the legs in the final set. There were a fair few unforced errors all round from both players, but tricky conditions today. Even though the sun is shining, the wind was a little blustery, So again, just something else that these players had to fight against. But really a fantastic week's tennis coming to a close in terms of the singles event. We will, of course, have the doubles final of the Premier Division coming up. But in terms of the singles, a really successful event, some high-quality stuff, some really tough matches all the way through. Bolter only dropping one set in the end. And that was against Burridge in this final. And as you can see, she's on her way over. And she is with Nick Lester.
Katie, congratulations. Just how pleased are you to have come through a tough week?
Yeah, obviously I'm very happy to get the win. You know, there's been some good tennis and some bad tennis, and you know, sometimes you just got to find a way, and I felt like I did that today, and yeah, I'm very happy with the result.
What's pleased you the most this week? It's been physically pretty tough. I'd imagine you haven't played matches for quite a while, so it must have been tough in that regard.
Yeah, just to get my body through 5 matches is a huge bonus for me. That's kind of the aim that I wanted to come into this week with, and I feel like I've done that, and hopefully I'll be holding up this afternoon and tomorrow, but yeah, I'll be absolutely fine.
Setting a breakdown, what were you telling yourself at 6-5 there in the second?
To be honest, I think she threw me a little bit of a bone. I got a little bit lucky, and I just tried to keep the ball in the court, and you know, sometimes it happens like that, sometimes it doesn't, and today it went my way, and you know, she's been playing some great tennis, and I'm sure she'll be absolutely fine.
And your plans, Katie, next few weeks? What are you planning to do? The British Tour next week's a possibility?
Yes, there's a possibility. I haven't fully decided. I'm going to see how my body holds up, and I'll go from there.
Good. Thanks, Katie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, a positive Katie Bolter. And why shouldn't she be? As she said, body's come through 5 matches, some tough matches, some good challenges along the way, had to deal with all sorts of difficulty. She'll be feeling pretty good.
Okay, let's throw it downstairs for the trophy ceremony.
Afternoon, everybody. I'd like to say a big congratulations to both players there, Katie and Jodie, on a really competitive final. At the end of a long week, I'm sure, for both of them, but great to see a match of such quality. Before I pass over to Nino for the presentation of the trophies, I'd like to say a few thanks. Firstly, to the LTA National Tennis Centre for hosting the Progress Tour Women's Championships. It's been great to have use of these amazing facilities here this week. We're very fortunate to have the access to this fantastic facility. Just like to touch on the origination of the idea for the Progress Tour Women's Championships. I had 2 players, Olivia Nichols and Alicia Barnett, approached me along with Terry Oakes with the idea of running a female equivalent to Battle of the Brits. The event was aimed at showcasing the best of British women's tennis. I'm really pleased with the format and to see the players that have come out to contest all the events this week. I'd like to also say thank you to our chair umpires, Kelly Johnson, who's been in the chair today, to Andy Fife, the tournament referee, to the support staff here at the NTC, the ops team, who've all worked tirelessly to make the event go off without a hitch. I'd also like to say thank you to the commentary team, Nick Lester, Rob Curling, Gigi Salmon and Naomi Cavaday, who've been fantastic in the booth. And I'd like to say a huge thanks to the players who have supported this event. I'd now like to pass you over to Nino to present the awards.
Thank you, Barry. Well, it's been an incredible week during the Progress Tour Women's Championship. Some fantastic tennis for everyone to watch. And for me personally, I'd really like to thank the tournament for naming one of the groups after my wife, Elena Baltecha, and also the other group after our Fed Cup captain, Ankie Othevong. Many memories of watching both ladies on the tour around the world. Great final today, ending a fantastic week. Jodie and Katie, well done. Some fantastic power-based tennis on display there. It really was very, very enjoyable. And unfortunately, in sport, there's always a loser, which is always the sad part of any final. So Jodie, I would like to invite you up to receive your trophy. And Katie, if as the tournament winner, I'd like to invite you up to receive your trophy. Well done.
Yeah, tremendous final, and we have one more to come. If you're enjoying your tennis here at the National Tennis Centre this week, we have a doubles final just around the corner. So if you can stay with us, that'll be starting in just a few minutes from now. Welcome back to the National Tennis Centre, the last of the day's matches, the last match of the week as well. And we've got the doubles final here to look forward to. Olivia Nichols and Alicia Barnett up against Anna Popescu and Emily Arbuthnot. So there's Emily Arbuthnot from Hertfordshire, from Harpenden to be more precise. Played for Hertfordshire for many years as Emily went to Stanford University 4 years ago now, and recently graduated from that great institution up there in California. Really enjoyed her time up there, had a lot of success. I think we've seen from a singles perspective just how what a gritty competitor she is. Naomi Cavaday's back alongside me. You've seen much of Emily play over the years?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. She's a great competitor. You know when Emily Arbuthnot is playing. It is such a great sort of feisty attitude. She never says die on any ball. She's quick around the court. She anticipates well, has such belief. She gets on with business. Just a real worker all round, whether that comes to training or matches. Doesn't necessarily possess any huge weapons, which is probably the biggest reason that has slowed her down, not for lack of trying or anything like that, but you know, absolutely just you know, a great person to have in the sport.
Anna Popescu, who's trains up in Buckinghamshire for the large part at Halton Tennis Club. Nice facility up there. She's 23 years of age. Anna hasn't played too much in the way of singles now. They did play some singles events coming in here, but has focused a little bit more on the doubles game. You can see the ranking there at not too far off a career high. Has managed to have some success again at that ITF level. We've talked so much about that this week. 23 years of age. If she can continue to improve, she'll be hopeful of forging a decent doubles career. Finding a consistent partner obviously is a large part of that, ensuring you can play the same events together, putting together a schedule. There's so much that goes into that. So this particular matchup is a repeat of the matchup we had a couple of days ago, and on that occasion it was this pair that came through fairly comfortably. And there's a lady who was really enjoying her time last night, Alicia Barnett, who won the tiebreak 10s event here last night, picked up a nice check to go with it as well. Good for her. Her and Olivia have had a big role in the event organisation in making sure this tournament could actually take place. And I think we've seen from her tennis just how good a competitor she is as well in the singles court this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, similarly to Emily Arbuthnot in the sense that she doesn't necessarily possess a big weapon, but really tries to maximise everything else that she's got on the court. And I think she's performed so well through the week. She's played a lot of matches since tennis has resumed in this country. She's really tried to max out as much as possible on that. And she's a difficult player to put away. She gets those extra balls back. She's competed with the top players in the tournament and really showed, I think, a good account of herself, because she was ranked a bit lower than the others in those semi-finals, and you know, really just did a good job of just getting on with business and has such a positive attitude on the court.
Olivia Nichols, who's been his career high 220 in doubles. Very good effort. We've again enjoyed watching her play, as and when we have done this week. Doubles ranking just before lockdown was at 392 in the world, and has really profited from the doubles game. As Olivia, she's won a number of titles on that ITF circuit. Had some injuries as well, didn't play for a little while, but in fact, if you look at the amount of titles she's won, the numerous, a span of about 5 years with Sarah Beth Gray, had some success, and then more lately, in fact, with Sarah and with Alicia. They won the title in Sunderland, the $25,000 event in Sunderland. I think that was back in February, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly. So for Nicholls, as you mentioned, just focusing a lot more on the doubles game, although she did come through in Division 1 to the semi-finals in singles here this week, which was really good for her. She hasn't played too much singles, so she was pretty pleased. But she was a good singles player before focusing on the dub. She's always had very good net skills. Nicholls not afraid to intercept, take the ball. I'm still going to go with Nicholls and Barnett as the favourite for this final. They already got that win before, and I do think they just have that extra little dose of experience.
Playing for a winner's cheque of £1,800 here today. That'll be split between the pair. The runner-up pair will take home £1,000. So, as we have said on a number of occasions, it's been an excellent week from a financial point of view for a lot of these players who have been able perhaps to at least put something in the bank should and as and when professional tennis resumes. In terms of the ITF level, they can have something to work with. This match will get underway momentarily. As I say, it was a fairly one-sided affair in the contest in the group stages. It was a 2-2 victory for Barnett and Nicholls. They really did overpower their opposition. They'll be hoping to do more of the same here again today.
First set, Olivia Nicholls to serve. Ready, play. Love. Love.
Nice move there from Arbuthnot, I was going to say. It was a nice move, even though she missed the volley.
Wrong.
Yeah.
No, you weren't wrong.
Just a little bit wide, but the right one for her to take. She's going to try and get all over that net. She is a quick mover, lively on the toes.
Forty, 15.
Well, Barnett bluffing her partner Nichols there, because her racket was almost right behind the ball to take that volley, but bailed out at the last second. And I think Nichols was fairly confident she was going to take that one.
Game, Barnett Nichols. First game.
It was a nice lively start, energetic start for Nichols and Barnett as they close out that first game. I think it will be important for Arbuthnot and Popescu to really try and get the net player, whoever's at the net on their team, just involved, because from the back of the court there's just a little bit more strength and it's a bit more solid from Nichols and Barnett. I'm sure Popescu will be trying to get to the net as much as she can. That's what she favours.
Emily Arbuthnot to serve.
To be there.
Love 15.
Emily Arbuthnot trying to thread that one up the line. Discussed on a couple of occasions the decision that Emily has to make as to whether she will go back to Stanford or not. In August, I would imagine in her head she must have made it already, given the fact that they've probably only got 6 to 8 weeks before they can go back to the States, or have to go back.
Love 30.
Of course, she has officially graduated, but because of the situation, the college players will be allowed to play another year. So if you were in your senior year and you didn't get to finish your tennis career, you'll be allowed to play another year, which is an interesting proposition.
I
did well there, getting it to dip down low from a deep position in the court. Barnett and Nichols have been the pair pressing forward so far.
Move. It's a little bit unsure, but just enough of a stretch and a good little short volley. Just couldn't quite react quickly enough to it.
1 game all.
So
first
Good
set.
early hold. They were under pressure in the match a couple of days ago, very early, and always playing catch up in that one. So
Alicia Barnett to serve.
good start.
Yeah, no surprise that they opted for Arbuthnot to serve first. It's their strongest formation with Emily at the back and Anna up at the net.
Emily Arbuthnot is a very
15.
competent doubles player. She has played a lot of that particular form of the sport over in America. And a lot over here as well. Very fine. County Week player, Kath. How many years did you play County Week? Did you get yourself out there in the summer, did you?
Quite a bit, yeah. I'm not in the same county as Emily. But most of the time we're in the same division.
You know-
I'm Kent, she's Hertfordshire, so I
Oh.
played against her a number of times in dubs.
I was going to say, bad luck you're not from her county.
Yeah.
Of course, it would have been County Week beginning on Monday, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
First time in a number of years that great events been forced to be cancelled.
Thirty, 15.
Yeah, it's a really good format, that tournament. You need so many players. It really tests the depth of the county. And you can have the superstar all you like, even a couple. But it's 3 pairs of doubles, playing 3 matches a day for 5 days. So you need, well, it was, they've changed the rules actually for this year to shorten things up. But you need good subs as well.
Yeah, too true.
It is a long, hard week. Not going to lie, Winter County Cup was more my thing.
40, 15.
Bit of singles action.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's what I live for. Actually played against Anna Popescu a couple of years ago in the Winter County Cup.
Nice.
Forty, 30. Just deciding point, receiver's choice.
Just beating Nichols for pace there, going right at her. Imagine that Arbuthnot will be taking the deciding point here.
Okay.
Well, that is a
Arbuthnot, Popescu.
disappointing second serve,
Lead by
and the
2 games to
frustration
1,
on her
first set.
face there for all to see. So, the first blood here for Arbuthnot and Popescu. They get the break.
Anna Popescu to serve.
So early break then going the way of Popescu and Arbuthnot. Perfect start for them.
Dean. Love 30. Fifteen 30.
Well, it's not the strongest serve, that's for sure, but getting the most out of that one.
Yeah, this will be the game that Barnett and Nichols will be looking to target. Try and get some good strikes in on the return. Arbuthnot will be trying to help out Popescu as much as possible at the net. Yeah, you can see she was desperate to get across there, wasn't she? But just perhaps that strike just a little too far cross court for her.
Yeah, just picking the wrong choice.
2 games all, first set.
And the break back is an immediate one here.
Yeah, and the problem for Popescu when she's at the back of the court, because she doesn't have a huge amount of pace on the shots, but also she quite likes a bit of time to get through her swings. She likes time to set up, and when the serve is a little bit vulnerable, that return is firing back through, and that is, as I mentioned, why Arbuthnot will be wanting to skip across and try and help out in those situations.
That's a nice shot.
Love 15.
Well placed.
Well, she got away with it. Just a little late on that move was Barnett. And it just sat up, but good reactions, getting a couple back and managed to come away with the point.
Fifteen 30. 15-40.
No, and again, that's a little sloppy. There was a lot of court to work with there. So more break points. Oh, what a shot from Emily Arbuthnot. It's a shot she hits so well.
Popescu, they lead by 3 games to 2
And
for
yet
set.
another break in this doubles final here. 3-2. So I used that forehand a lot last night in that win over Emma Raducanu in the tie-break tens. The shape she gets on the ball, very effective on a high bouncing court.
Yeah, she's got good control of her shot. Really gets a good grip on the ball and can manipulate it as she wants. And especially we've got Barnett and Nichols here. They're definitely going to be trying to push forward, close the net down, try and take or make the points shorter. So that lob may be on. Arbuthnot will be ready to spot it.
Time. One of those is ours, but I'm not sure which one of those is. Yeah, because we got 3 up here.
So serving at 3-2, Emily Arbuthnot.
Love 15. Love 30. Love 40.
Yeah, a couple of loose forehands there from Arbuthnot she's not happy with.
Unfortunate to get away with it. The actual height of the volley from Popescu proved to be an awkward one in the end.
30-40.
Just waited for the right time, waited for her opponent to go before pulling the trigger on that particular shot. Close the gap in this game.
Game, Barnett Nichols.
It's a fourth successive
He gains
break.
all
Good
first
play
set.
from Olivia Nichols. Very positive with her footwork.
Yeah, Popescu had a chance there where she took the first volley, but just wasn't clinical enough with it. Just really needed to get that one away. Tough to get it away.
Love 15.
Yeah, good hustle from Alicia Barnett. Again, something we've seen her do a fair bit this week.
Ned for serve. You know, you okay with that one?
Just stop moving through the back of that one. Again, it's just about the certainty, isn't it? You just got to really commit. Popescu needed to keep the body momentum going through the back of it so that she can get the pace with that momentum and then really just be nice and soft and get the skill and the control with the racket.
40-15.
Yeah, Yeah, a very early move from Olivia Nichols at the net there. And there was a gap available, which was found by Popescu off the return.
Chance for a rare hold.
Team Barnett Nichols.
Just got
He'll
maybe
leave
a
about 4
little
games to
distracted
3
by the
sets.
move, Emily Arbuthnot, but that is a hold that
Do you mind passing that ball?
breaks the run of games against the serve. Barnett and Nichols up 4-3.
Thanks.
A lot of these players, as I mentioned, have been staying on site here this week at the National Tennis Centre. Once again, the COVID restrictions have been enforced, very strict in terms of movement around this facility. It has eased up, in fact, in the last 2 or 3 weeks since I was here for the Battle of the Brits, but obviously still a lot of guidelines that need to be followed.
Yeah, it's something that takes a bit of practice, doesn't it? Everyone's got to get used to it, for the organisers as well. Seems like it's going to be a little while that there'll be restrictions in place.
Yeah, LTA have done an excellent job of getting it done, getting these events on. That's a great shot.
She'd lined that one up, hadn't she, before the serve came down. Knew there was a gap to find. And the serve went right in the slot. Yeah, nice from Arbuthnot there. Doing well in the I formation. That's a way, if you're trying to get the volleyer involved early on in the rallies, if you're the server, that is a good way to kind of force it to happen. Get her down low in the middle of the court.
Playing a very instrumental role, influential role in winning that particular point.
That's a really nice approach there from Nichols. Gave it a little bit of height, which bought her a bit more time to really close the net down.
Oh, Elena Popescu doing very well, but just not able to hang on.
Yeah, just good aggression from Barnett and Nichols at the net, just looking to take everything as early as possible. We can see they're leaning forward through the shot.
It's the first serve here, you feel. Olivia Nichols doing exactly what she did in the previous time when returning serve. An excellent attack, and it's 5-3.
Christine Love. Thirsty Love.
Again, Elena Popescu.
30-15.
Good return and a good follow-up.
Yeah, when she's got time on the ball, she is able to place it in nice positions on the court. She really thinks about those angles, gets it down to the feet. More when she's rushed, that she just struggles to get the racket around and into the position she needs.
Excellent first serve from Olivia Nichols, who's leading her team here to a couple of set points. Just wide, I think, was it? Or was it?
40-30.
Just caught the sideline. An apology from Arbuthnot because it wasn't very clean. Possibly lost it in the sun.
Yeah.
So still has the couple of set points. Of course, it's a deciding point if we get to juice. It's very well done. The initial smash was an excellent one, good athleticism, and the follow-up was a little simpler. So the first set in the books here of the final match of the week, 6-3.
Yeah, not a bad set for Barnett and Nichols. I think started off maybe just a little tentative, but then just got sharper as that set went on, and then the last couple of games looking very much in control. Strikes coming from all over. They do possess just a bit more firepower, and just piling the pressure on Arbuthnot and Popescu, who have resisted quite well, but as I say, as that set went on, it just became more and more difficult.
Second set, Arbuthnot to serve.
Oh, that is some rally. And how well did this lady do on the stretch, because Emily Arbuthnot's lob was a really good one.
Had a bit of everything that point. And just the depth in the end, just too much for Arbuthnot. Sometimes when you feel yourself just kind of losing that balance and slipping behind in those scrappy points, it's almost impossible to regain it.
Love 30.
Just missed it. Good lob.
30.
Good change up.
Fifteen 40.
Oh, that is tremendous from Olivia Nichols. That's what good doubles is all
Nichols.
about. And it gives them the
First
break
game,
here in the
second
second.
Yeah, Popescu did well dealing with that pace a couple of times right at her. But good reactions all round. Really have got sharp as this match has gone on.
Not hard to see why they've enjoyed some success together this week as a pair. So we're given a walkover into the final yesterday after the withdrawal of Jodie Burrage. Ooh, that was tight, just maybe drifted wide.
Yeah, it was a nice serve there from Nichols. It's pretty tough to find that sort of angle off of the inside-out backhand. So going right into the body, and that's what you want to do in doubles. You want to take away a lot of the angles. In singles, a lot more. It's about creating them. Get a lot more serves into the body, down the tee, and then it's easier for the volleyer to kind of get involved and keep the points short. Of course, players still serve wide. It's still a serve that is used, but you do need to be pretty careful because if they get a good strike on it, they've got some opportunities to pass.
Really are starting to assert their authority on this one. They've been down that break in the first set. They've not looked back subsequently.
This one's coming back as well. Yeah, thanks. Can you pass it over? Yeah, thanks. New balls after. Game. Barnett, Nichols, new balls, please. That's good.
Good run they're on now, just a bit of a hold up here. I think we're getting some new balls out.
Barnett, Nichols lead by 2 games to love. Second set.
They are on a bit of a slippery slope here, having now lost 6 games in a row.
So close. That was such a great reaction. You could almost see she barely even thought about it. The racket just went to the ball. It was automatic. I enjoy that time.
You know.
Oh, it's all happening here. Good level.
30-15.
No wonder Emily Arbuthnot offers a smile. It was a good finish from her partner. They need to try and stem the flow here of games against them.
$40-15. Net for serve. $40-30.
Done that a lot, haven't they? Off the Popescu serve. They did it in the group matches as well when they were able to really just press the serve.
Game.
So that does stop the bleeding as far as this match is concerned.
By 2-1, second set, and by 1 set to love.
They're on the board, Arbuthnot and Popescu. Down a set and a break, though, in this final.
Yeah, you get the sense that Arbuthnot and Popescu, they are kind of knocking on the door. They're there or thereabouts. Had some longer rallies, have found the spaces nicely, but just haven't quite had the punch behind them for it to really finish the point. Turned into a really nice warm day as well. Started off fairly cloudy. It's improved as the week's gone on. It was pretty chilly actually, first couple of days.
Time.
Yeah, it's been an interesting week here at the National Tennis Centre. It's been a good one as far as this lady goes. Winning that tie-break tens last night. She had some good wins in the singles as well, made the semi-finals of the Premier event. Hope to build on that, I'm sure, in coming weeks as she looks to compete a little more.
happy with that miss. But to be honest, she gives herself a hard time whenever she misses anything. Holds herself to high standards when it comes to consistency. That's a good move there from Arbuthnot. Maybe went just a touch early, but I wasn't seen at the other end of the court. Barnett didn't see her move. That's really what you want in a doubles partner as well, just somebody really keen to take that volley, always looking for the opportunity. Some players are just a little more reluctant and they do miss a few that come their way. Good reach from Nicholls. Yeah, it's a tough shot to get any joy out of, really. Just hoping that Nicholls would miss that volley at the net. She either needed to go over her or back down the line.
Where depth is so important on
Just
the
deciding
ball
point,
from
receiver
Arbuthnot
shots.
there, because it just puts more pressure on a player who's deeper, allows the net player to get involved a lot more. Had too many of these in this match, but this is a crucial one. I think there's a bit of indecision as to who's going to take the big point here, the deciding point. Well, fortuitous
Game. Arbuthnot, Popescu.
for Anna Popescu, but they'll most definitely take it.
Second set.
It's a good game to win, 2 apiece.
Yeah, just digging in, and as I was saying at the last change of ends, they are knocking on the door. It's just about converting the close games into games in their favour. Got really nice communication between the two of them, constantly chatting regardless of the situation.
Hang on. Love.
Very well done from Anna Popescu. Not an easy shot to hit that from that close to the net.
Yeah, being tight to the net was really helping her out on particularly that first volley she played. just right over the top of it, so could slam that away wherever.
Love.
Chance to win a third game in the bounce here.
Caught that return well.
40-15.
That's brilliant. That is the best point of the match by a distance. And Emily Arbuthnot and Anna Popescu do reel off a third game in a row here to grab the lead here in the second now. That is so good.
Yeah, it really looked like it was starting to slip away from them there for a minute. But really just keeping that intensity up. Popescu's looked really good when she's tight to the net. And Arbuthnot has been doing a lot of running from the back of the court. Finishes off with a fantastic forehand lob once again. They do have strengths that complement each other, Arbuthnot and Popescu. As I mentioned, Arbuthnot nice and solid from the back of the court. I mean, she's very competent at the net as well. It's not that the net play is a weakness, but for Popescu, the net play, that's where she likes to be. That's where she really has her strengths, and you put them together.
Time.
It does work well.
Love. Love. $30-15.
That's well done. Gets the movement, an
40,
initial ball down the
50.
middle, followed it up.
Yeah, that's more like what we were seeing as well when they had that good run end of the first set, beginning of this second set. Both at the net, both pressing forward and just rushing Popescu and Arbuthnot for pace.
Just keeping the racket out in front as well. That's so crucial in this situation. And you're trying to dictate play in the net.
Game, Barnett Nichols. 3 games all, second set.
It did look as though it just drifted wide. The idea was good, just didn't quite stay down with it long enough. So keen to really attack the return in doubles, pick your spot, go after the ball.
Just looking so good moving forward. I really think Nichols has performed well, really well through this match. She's really kind of created a lot on the court, forced things to happen with that movement forward. Taking on some big returns as well. Super reactions at the net.
Yeah, just been a good unit, haven't they?
Yeah.
$15-30.
Really good stuff again under pressure. Picked up a couple of difficult low volleys.
40.
Three chances to break on the Popescu serve. The move was a good one, just didn't quite get it where she wanted to. Be disappointed, Emily Arbuthnot, because her team are now once more down a set and a break here.
Yeah, the right sort of ball for Arbuthnot to take on, and she'll keep going for it, and that's often the communication you get from your partner saying, yeah, but do it again. I want you to keep taking that sort of shot. But again, it's the Popescu service game that proves a little vulnerable.
It doesn't quite get enough, does she, on the serve? Relying quite heavily on her partner because of that. Especially for a pair like this who are so aggressive in terms of the doubles play. They're going to, if you don't get to the net, they're going to get there, aren't they? They're going to pressure you because of that.
Yeah, and keep coming as well. Just both of them closing it down. They've had great reactions through the match, absolutely. And you can see, I mean, that's why Arbuthnot has tried so hard to get involved and seen some eye formation as well to help her out so she can start off in the middle of the court.
So can they finish the pair off here? Put themselves in the perfect position.
15 love. You know,
She got tagged there. She's okay.
15-30.
Yeah, always difficult to get out of the way. That one just coming into the left shoulder.
Well, excellent return, dipping at the feet. Oh, that's tremendous. What a pickup initially from Popescu. And her partner did the rest.
4 games all, second set.
That is quality tennis.
Yeah, they really have hung in well. I mean, it's felt like all in all, the better quality has come from Barnett-Nichols, but every time it looks like they're just about to stretch ahead in this second set, they've been reeled back in by Arbuthnot and Popescu, who've been really combining well.
Serve.
She missed it. I think she has. Just a little too much swing on the volley.
Yeah, a bit fortunate there for Nichols because the first volley just lifted up a little high. Sorry for Barnett. And it was there for Popescu to put away.
Love 30.
Just grabbing the shoulder. She did have a couple of issues physically yesterday. It's been a lot of tennis in the space of 4 or 5 days. And this return to competition. But she's glad she's not playing County Week tomorrow.
Oh, she would have been there anyway.
The right shot, just not
Love
the
40.
execution.
Head for serve.
That's brilliant tennis. What a game that was.
Barnett Nichols.
To break to love,
Over 5
having
games to
just
4
been
second
broken
set.
themselves.
So 1 set to love.
Showing some good bounce back ability, and they will have the opportunity to serve for the title here at 5-4.
I've really been enjoying the reactive volleys, particularly from Nichols. Just done so well, just has that racket right out in front in a really good position just to be able to pick up anything that comes her way.
It's been a great showcase this week here. Been a thoroughly enjoyable week of tennis. Despite the odd withdrawal of players, but nonetheless, those that have made the effort and given everything, haven't they? Which has been great to see.
Yeah, it's been so competitive. All of the matches, exactly what you want to see. Everyone
That's from another court. It's a slab
giving
of
it their
the-
absolute best, and
Yeah.
okay, you could argue
that
that
one
possibly the favourite in Katie Bolter
thanks.
ended up winning the event, but there were some challenges around through both divisions. We saw the final of Division 1, of course, Amelia Bissett winning that. Really promising young player, just 17 years old, so it's been such a valuable week for these players in so many ways.
Very much so. Serving at 5-4.
Love 15.
They've been struggling on their service games recently.
Oh, it's a shot that she's taken on a
15
lot.
all.
Was it the right one?
Yeah, I could understand why she did it. The Barnett and Nichols were closing down the net. They were moving quite close, but just didn't quite get the execution. She was right on the back foot and off balance.
she's just missed it. Again, put herself in the perfect position.
I think she was expecting that one to drop a little quicker than it ended up, because she was up to the ball just a touch early, which meant that she contacted it on the way back down after jumping, and so she dragged it down with her.
It was a good little dip volley from
13-14.
Popescu from the back of the court. There was room though. Just almost tried to cut it a little too cutely. So, 2 break points here for Arbuthnot and Popescu. There was an awkward return.
Arbuthnot Popescu, 5 games all, second
The
set.
volley was just lacking the footwork, was just a little shy.
Yeah, we're continuing on with the breaks of serve. And now it's Popescu to serve, which, and this service game has been broken a number of times.
Net for serve.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Arbuthnot. Barnett Nichols trying to press forward, but good reactive skills. And again, the high ball really just resetting things in the rally.
Finally finding a way to breach the defences. Wasn't easy. It's good tennis from Popescu, very good tennis.
30,
Very
50.
quick thinking, finding the space.
Yeah, she had a bit of time and she saw that gap, and it is something that she's really good at. She just needs the time to sort of line it up. She can see those gaps on the court, and it's very effective because often in doubles it's much more about where you place the shot, where you position yourself, rather than the pace of strike.
To be conjuring some more magic in that exchange, but ended up with a nothing sort of slice.
Oh, 30-40. You'll have to pass that one, Liv, I think. Thank you. Just deciding point, receiver's choice.
Well, just overdoing it again, and Popescu and Arbuthnot
6 games to 5 seconds.
move in front.
First set,
Opportunities have
Barnett,
come and
thank
go. Maybe a third set match tiebreaker will complete the action here. Looks as though it's a possibility now.
Yeah, and the sudden death points, actually, I think is where Nicholls and Barnett have just come up a little short. We saw a double fault in the first set on one of them, and we've had 2 of them in this set, and both of them they've come out on the losing end of. Can be so crucial with this scoring system. I remember I lost a set 6 love, but all 6 games were deciding points. Felt a bit harsh. We
Yeah.
didn't get a game on the board, but that's part of it. You've got to play the scoring system.
The last throws of action here from the Progress Tour Women's Championships. See lots of players milling around. There's matches going on either side of us here in the British Tour event. And our focus is on the centre court here. And who will end up being the last winners of the event? Will it be this pair? Team that have competed together fairly regularly. Some success at the start of the year as well on the ITF circuit. Just
Team
got
love.
a little bit lost the control, really. Some time on the ball there.
Love.
Again, the move was good, just needed to almost go rather than sort of tentatively go, didn't she? She was in the right position. Just didn't quite commit enough.
Net for serve.
Oh, that had some pace. And I think a bit of frustration behind it. I think Nicholls and Barnett feel like they could have had this one wrapped up by now, but they find themselves down in this set.
Yeah, you're definitely right.
Barnett Nicholls.
So trying to spur themselves on in this tie-break here. This pair who were dominant when the two teams met a couple of days ago. They were victorious 2-2 on that occasion. This has been a different sort of match, though. Much tougher affair. Emily Arbuthnot to begin the breaker.
Oh, just pushed that volley there. Nicholls didn't get the body going through the ball with some speed. It was a fabulous return from Barnett. They got down so low, really just leant across the ball to take it away on the angle.
Two, 0, Arbuthnot Popescu.
Another solid return from Arbuthnot. Just asking a question. It's a difficult volley for Nicholls to pick up, dropping down to her shins.
Two, 1, Arbuthnot Popescu. Two, all.
They're trying to pull that one down the line, but she didn't quite find the width, and I think she knew that before she hit the ball, so just got a little bit tentative, trying to dip it down low, but it was tough. Barnett so close to the net.
Exactly. A couple of points in a row. Get them back in the breaker here. Oh, that's tremendous. Alicia Barnett was all over the net. Great coverage.
Yeah, just staying so calm as well under such time pressure. It's very easy to feel rushed, but actually to use all of the time that actually was available.
As you say, there's been a certain urgency to her play in the last few minutes or so. That is going to be a source of frustration, though, because it stops the bleeding at 3 points in a row. It's been a second set that has had a lot of shifts in momentum. Of course, there was a run of 6 games in a row for Barnett and Nichols, from being 3-2 down and a break in the first. Looked as they were on course for a relatively comfortable win. That most certainly hasn't been the case.
Yeah, I saw her go just lent with the shoulders before she actually moved the feet, and that was the giveaway.
Did Anna Popescu just miss an opportunity off the return there? Looked like it was her ball, didn't it? To be grabbed if she was willing to do so.
Yeah, and it's just in those tight moments, if you're not entirely confident in going for it, just a little bit of hesitation, and then you find you're too late anyway.
That's a good effort, because it was not a bad chip return at all.
Barnett Nichols.
Yeah, she had to move around. It wasn't that high, so she didn't have much time to get back for it, and was really jumping backwards as she hit that smash.
Good second serve, wasn't it? A very bold second serve. Put the pressure on. We have 2 match points. That's a great finish, and it's a win for Nichols and Barnett in the doubles here at the Progress Tour Women's Championships. An excellent second set, and they emerge victorious, your champions here in the doubles.
Yeah, really tight second set that. It looked like Barnett and Nichols were going to stretch away a couple of times, but they kept getting reeled back in. Popescu was upping her level, playing her best stuff under pressure, really finding the gaps well. And Arbuthnot coming up with some beautiful lobs, good interceptions. There was a lot of good play on offer, but in the end, Barnett and Nichols just a little too strong, a little too consistent through that match. They came in as the favourites. They'd already beaten Arbuthnot and Popescu earlier in the week. But that was a much more difficult encounter, a bigger challenge coming from the opponent, so they will be thrilled to come through. Oh, well, that does conclude the week of tennis that we've had here at the Progress Tour. It really has been competitive all round, the singles, the doubles, Premier Divisions, Division 1. It's been a fantastic showcase for British women's tennis. Nichols and Barnett, a huge part of that, not only winning the doubles and being involved in the singles, of course, but in terms of the organisation of the event, they really wanted this to happen. And all round, this has just been an excellent success. So they make their way over to have a quick chat with Nick Lester, and they will be talking to him as the champions. Looks like Alicia Barnett will be taking the microphone first. Oh no, Nichols has jumped in instead. The pair of them are with Nick Lester.
Guys, well done. Olivia, a tough match today, but you found a way through in the end.
Yeah, they were really tough today. Like, I think they played much better than when we played them in the group stage. Made it really difficult for us. They definitely weren't going to go down without fight, but yeah, we're just pleased to get the win.
Just a big picture. It's been a great week, good showcase for all the girls here, and it's been some really good competition.
Yeah, really good. Great Premier Women's Final today, and Tier 1 actually. You know, to see Katie and Jodie go to 3 sets and really battle it out was a great match. And then I think we've showcased how good, you know, doubles as well, like how good and the strength and depth of British women's tennis is right now. So, yeah, good
Well
week.
done. Alicia, we'll bring you in. You've played a lot of tennis this week. How was physically, how are you holding up?
I think Liv can speak for the both of us, where she definitely had to carry me there. I just suddenly hit a wall where legs just did not want to work. So, yeah, thanks, Liv.
And from your perspective, I know you guys have worked very hard as well behind the scenes. How happy are you with how the week's unfolded here?
I think we can both say that it's been amazing. Like, when we turned up and the signs look amazing, like everything has been organised down to a T. So just want to thank everyone that's been involved with putting this tournament on. So yeah. Sorry, lose the ability to speak now.
Don't worry.
It's been a long 3 weeks.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time, guys, and good luck for the future. Appreciate it.
Alicia Barnett and Olivia Nichols will be taking the Champions trophies. Well earned. I hope they manage to work in a couple of days off. Really has been a week jam-packed with action. Really high quality tennis and just so competitive. Sometimes when you think that matches had a heavy favourite, it wasn't the case. Ended up going the distance. Some nice young players out on display as well.
So let's go down courtside. I think we are ready for the post-match ceremony.
Congratulations to our doubles finalists, our third final of the day here at the Progress Tour Women's Championships. A really good competitive couple of sets there. So well done to Alicia and Olivia, and tough luck to Emily and Anna. Last few bits of thanks from me before I pass over to Nino Severino of the Elena Baltacha Foundation to make the awards. I'd like to say a big thanks once again to Olivia and Alicia and Terry Oakes, who came to me with the idea of running this event to showcase British women's tennis. I've thoroughly enjoyed putting it together with the team, ranging from the ops team here at the LTA, Dave Mallia also, who has headed up the ops on the side of the event and has helped to make my life a lot more straightforward than it could have been. So thank you all once again. Also to Ben, who has been in the chair for the final there, thank you. So I will pass you over to Nino Severino, who will make the awards. Thank you.
Massive congratulations, Olivia, Alicia, Anna, Emily. Very tough week coming through to the Premier Doubles final, and some really exciting, dynamic, fast double skills on show for us all to enjoy. So very, very well done, and I know you all came through the Joe Jury group, so well done. So now it's time to award. So if we could have Anna and Emily up to take your trophies. And very big congratulations to Olivia and Alicia, and if you'd like to come up and take the winner's trophy. Well done.
Well, it really has been a fantastic week here. Big props to Barry Fulcher, who's worked overtime behind the scenes to get this event on. It was his doing, and fitting perhaps the two ladies in your picture also had a huge role. We wish them all the best for their future careers, and hopefully we will see them down the road very soon. But I hope you've enjoyed our coverage here on the BBC and all other platforms. But from Nick Lester and Naomi Cavaday, we'll say goodbye for now.